Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
I do not think I ever really believed in the stories my grandfather used to tell. They were the kind of tales that belonged to late nights and tired minds, a way to pass the time when the world felt a little too quiet. He would sit in his old recliner, the cracked leather worn smooth by years of restless shifting, and he would talk about the things he had seen. Not the usual stories of the farm or the dusty roads that ran like veins through the Texas plains, but stranger things, dark things that felt too heavy to be just memories. In those last few months, he had started to lose himself. His eyesight had faded slowly, like the sun sinking behind the hills at dusk. He stopped seeing the world in bright, sharp lines and started talking about shadows in the corners, shapes that moved when no one was watching. I tried to tell myself it was just the sickness eating away at his mind, but every time he spoke about the man in the corner, his voice went quiet and sure, like he was telling me something he knew in his bones. "He's here for me," my grandfather would say, his blind eyes staring off into the dark. Tall, thin man with fingers like knives. He does not speak, just stands there and waits. I would sit there beside him, my own heart beating too fast, and I would try to make sense of it. The way he spoke so calmly, like he had accepted something that I could not even begin to understand. Sometimes I would find myself turning to look at the corner he pointed to, half expecting to see something there in the dim light, but there was never anything. Just the slow sigh of the old house settling into the night and the quiet hush of the wind outside. After he passed, the house felt emptier than it should have. I went back one last time to pack up the small things he had left behind, the faded photos and the worn-out sweaters that still smelled faintly of smoke and cedar. It felt like stepping into a place that had been paused in time, everything holding its breath and waiting for me to finish what he could not. I saved his room for last. I do not know why. Maybe because I wanted to hold on to the idea that he might still be there, that I could sit in his old chair and listen to his stories one more time. The air was still and thick with the scent of old wood and stale air, the curtains pulled tight against the bright Texas sun. I turned on the lamp by the bed, the soft glow of it spilling across the cracked floorboards, and I let the quiet settle around me. I sat in his chair for a long time, my hands resting on the worn arms, and I tried to remember the way he used to talk about the world. The way his voice would drop to a hush when he spoke about the things he could not see. The way his hands would tremble just a little when he spoke about the man in the corner. I told myself it was just the ramblings of an old man who had spent too many nights alone. But even then, I could not shake the feeling that the house was listening, that it was holding its breath, waiting for me to see what he had seen. When I stood up, I walked slowly around the room, my eyes tracing the small, careful lines of his life. The stack of books by the bed, the half-finished crossword puzzle on the nightstand, the small jar of peppermints he kept for visitors. It felt like he was still there in the quiet, his presence woven into the spaces he had left behind. And then I saw it, in the corner of the room, where the light of the lamp could not quite reach. There was a smudge on the floor, dark and faint, like a shadow that had been pressed into the wood by something heavy and real. I knelt down, my breath catching in my throat, and I reached out to touch it. The wood was cold and smooth under my fingers, but the shape was unmistakable. It was a footprint, long and thin, the toes splayed out like the delicate bones of a hand. I sat back on my heels and stared at it, my mind racing to find some explanation. Maybe it was just a stain, some trick of the light and the tiredness in my bones. But even as I told myself that, I knew it was not true. The shape was too perfect, too deliberate, like someone had stepped there in the quiet of the night and left a piece of themselves behind. I thought about what my grandfather had said, about the man in the corner, the one who waited in the dark and watched with empty eyes. I felt a chill slip down my spine, the air in the room growing still and heavy. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the stories he had told finding their way into the quiet of my own mind. But as I sat there, the weight of the house pressing in around me, I felt something shift. A soft, patient breath that seemed to move through the stillness, the promise of something waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I stood up slowly, my hands shaking, and I backed away from the corner. I did not turn my back on it, not until I had reached the door and the light of the hallway spilled across my shoulders. I stepped out of the room and closed the door behind me, the soft click of the latch like the closing of a story I was not sure I wanted to hear. As I walked through the house one last time, I felt the weight of the quiet pressing against my skin. I thought about the stories my grandfather had told, about the way he had spoken of the man in the corner with such quiet certainty. I wondered if he had seen something I could not. If the darkness had come for him in the end, not as a dream or a story, but as something real and waiting. When I left, I did not look back. The house stood quiet and still in the bright Texas sun, the windows dark and empty. But even as I drove away, I could feel the weight of that smudge on the floor, the shape of it pressed into my mind like a brand. And I knew that no matter how far I went, some part of me would always be listening for the soft, patient breath of the dark, for the quiet promise of something that waited in the corners of the night. After I left the house that day, I tried to push it out of my mind. I told myself it was just an old stain, some smudge left by years of footsteps and dust. But no matter how hard I tried, the image of that dark footprint stuck with me. It was not just the shape of it, long and thin and too perfect to be an accident. It was the way it felt like it did not belong there, like it had been pressed into the floor by something that did not quite fit in the world I thought I knew. I kept thinking about the way my grandfather used to talk about the man in the corner, how he would sit in that old recliner, his hands trembling just a little, and his voice low and steady. He never said he was afraid, not really. It was more like he was resigned, like he had accepted that there were some things you could not fight, some things that came for you no matter how hard you tried to keep the dark at bay. I wondered if he had seen that footprint too, if he had known that the stories he told were more than just stories in the end. That night, I did not sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape on the floor, the faint outline of something that did not belong. I would jerk awake, my heart pounding, the shadows of my room pressing close and heavy. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that I was letting old fears slip under my skin. But the more I tried to push it away, the more real it felt, like the weight of the dark was something I could almost reach out and touch. The next day, I found myself driving back to the house. I did not plan it. My hands just turned the wheel and the road stretched out in front of me like it had been waiting. The sun was high and bright, the heat of it sharp against my skin, but as I pulled into the gravel drive, the air felt cooler somehow. The house stood there in the quiet, the windows dark and blank, the paint peeling in small, careful curls. It felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to step inside. I told myself I was just there to make sure everything was locked up, that I had not left anything behind. But as I walked through the quiet rooms, my footsteps soft on the old wood floors, I knew that was not true. I was there because I needed to see it again. To know if it was really there, or if it was just something my mind had made up in the hush of the empty house. The room was just as I had left it. The old chair sat in its corner, the blanket folded neatly across the back, the small table by the window still holding the jar of peppermints he had always kept for visitors. I walked slowly, my breath tight in my chest, and I stopped in front of the corner. The smudge was still there, dark and quiet against the pale wood. I knelt down, my hand trembling as I reached out to touch it again. It was cold under my fingers, the shape of it too perfect, too deliberate. I traced the edges of it, the soft rise and fall of the wood around it, and I felt a chill slip down my spine. I stood up and stepped back, my breath coming in small, careful gasps. I looked around the room, the way the light from the single lamp pooled in small circles, leaving the corners thick and dark. It felt like the whole house was listening, the quiet of it pressing in around me like a breath held too long. I sat in the chair for a while, the cracked leather warm against my skin, and I thought about my grandfather, about the way he used to smile, soft and tired, when he talked about the man in the corner. I wondered if he had been trying to warn me, if the stories he told were not just his way of making sense of the dark, but a way of passing down something he had always known. I thought about the way he would go quiet, his blind eyes turned to the dark like he was listening for something only he could hear. And I wondered if, in the end, he had seen that pale figure standing in the corner, waiting with long, patient fingers. I left the house just as the sun was starting to dip low, the sky painted in soft shades of gold and pink. I locked the door behind me, the small click of it loud in the quiet, and I stood for a moment on the porch, the weight of the old wood under my feet, a small comfort. The wind moved through the trees, the soft rustle of leaves like a whisper, and I thought I could hear his voice in it, the low, steady hush of his stories coming back to me in the dark. On the drive home, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something there in the back seat, some shadow that had slipped out of the quiet house and followed me into the night. But the road was empty, the fields on either side dark and still under the weight of the setting sun. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I had seen what I needed to see, and it would fade like an old dream. But deep down, I knew it would not be that easy. When I got home, I sat in the quiet of my small kitchen, the soft hum of the fridge and the tick of the clock the only sounds. I made tea and watched the steam curl in the low light, my hands wrapped tight around the warm cup, and in the quiet, I thought about that footprint. The way it felt like it did not belong to this world, the way it pressed into the old wood like a promise. I did not know what it meant. I did not know if it was real or just the shape of my own fears come to life in the hush of an old house. but I knew that some part of me could not let it go. That I would go back, if only to see if the quiet still held the shape of something waiting. Because in the end, I think we all want to know if the stories we carry are just words, or if there is something real breathing in the dark, waiting for us to look. The next morning, I woke up early, the sky outside still gray with the last traces of night. I had not slept well, the edges of my dreams soft and frayed, filled with whispers that I could not quite catch. My mind kept drifting back to that room, to the smudge on the floor that had felt too real to be just a trick of old wood and shadows. I sat at the edge of my bed, my hands resting on my knees, and I tried to decide if I was going back because I wanted answers, or because I was too afraid to leave it alone. I spent the day moving through the motions of life, each small task a way to keep the weight of that footprint from pressing in too close. I went to the store, made coffee, answered emails, with half my mind still caught in the hush of that old house. The sun was bright outside, the sky a pale, endless blue that felt too sharp, too bright after the thick quiet of my grandfather's room. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of that smudge, the way it seemed to breathe in the stillness, and I wondered if he was still there, waiting in the dark. By late afternoon, I knew I would go back. I told myself I just wanted to see it in the light of day, to prove to myself that it was nothing more than a mark on the floor. But I think part of me knew that was not true. Part of me was listening for the soft, patient voice of my grandfather, the way he used to say that some things lived in the quiet, waiting for us to see them. The drive out there felt longer than I remembered, the road winding through fields that stretched out in every direction, the soft hum of the tires on the pavement, the only sound. I rolled the windows down, let the warm wind wash over me, but even that did not ease the tight knot in my chest. The closer I got, the more I felt like the road itself was holding its breath, the small towns and empty fields slipping past like the spaces between heartbeats. When I pulled into the gravel drive, the sun was already dipping low, the light turning the old house to gold. It looked so quiet, so still, but I could feel the weight of it pressing close, the way the shadows seemed to gather at the edges of the porch. I sat in the car for a long moment, my hands resting on the steering wheel, and I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken with such quiet certainty, his blind eyes fixed on a corner that no one else could see. I stepped out slowly, the gravel crunching under my feet, and I walked up to the door. The key felt cold in my hand, the metal heavy and solid, and for a moment I just stood there, listening to the soft hush of the wind in the trees. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar scent of old wood and dust wrapping around me like a memory. The house was just as I had left it, the small kitchen neat and silent, the living room still caught in the soft half-light of the setting sun. I moved through the room slowly, each step careful and deliberate, until I stood in front of the door to his room. I took a deep breath, my hand resting on the worn wood, and I pushed it open. The room was filled with the last light of the day, the soft gold of it turning the old furniture into quiet shapes. The chair sat in its corner, the blanket folded just so, and the jar of peppermints still catching the light in small, bright flashes. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, the quiet of the room settling over my shoulders like a blanket. I went to the corner first, my eyes fixed on the smudge on the floor. It was still there, just as dark, just as perfect. I knelt down and traced the edges of it again, the wood cold and smooth under my fingers. It felt like it had always been there, like it was part of the house itself, waiting for someone to see it. I sat back on my heels and looked around the room, the soft light painting everything in shades of gold and shadow. I thought about the stories my grandfather used to tell, about the man in the corner with the long fingers and the empty eyes. I thought about the way his voice would go soft and sure when he spoke about the things he could not see, and in the quiet of that room, I started to wonder if maybe he had not been afraid at all. Maybe he had just been ready to see what waited in the dark. I stood up slowly, my legs stiff from kneeling, and I went to the chair. I sat down, the cracked leather soft under my skin, and I let the quiet wrap around me. I closed my eyes and listened to the small sounds of the house, the soft creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind against the window, and underneath it all, I thought I could hear something else. A slow, patient breath that seemed to move through the stillness, a whisper that spoke in the hush between heartbeats. I did not open my eyes right away. I let the quiet settle deep in my bones, the soft weight of it a comfort and a challenge. When I finally looked up, the light had grown softer, the shadows deeper. The smudge on the floor seemed to blur and shift in the half-light, the edges of it no longer just a mark on old wood. I thought about the man my grandfather had spoken of, the way he waited in the corner, patient and sure, and I wondered if he was there now, standing in the quiet with me. I did not see him, but I felt him, in the slow hush of the room, in the soft breath of the dark, and in that moment, I understood something my grandfather had tried to tell me in the quiet of his own voice. That some things are not meant to be explained, that some things live in the spaces we do not understand, and the only thing we can do is see them, and let them see us in return. I stood up and walked to the door, the soft creak of the floor under my feet, a small, steady promise. I looked back one last time at the smudge on the floor, the quiet shape of it waiting in the dark, and I felt something ease in my chest. I did not know what it meant, or if it meant anything at all. But I knew I would not turn away from it, not now. The drive home from the house was quiet, the road stretching out in long empty lines. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time I turned onto the highway, the sky a deep blue that felt endless and cold. I kept my eyes on the pavement, my hands steady on the wheel, but my mind was still caught in that room, in the shape of the smudge on the floor and the way the air had felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to see what lived in the quiet. I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken about the man in the corner with such calm certainty. He had never seemed afraid, not really. There was something almost gentle in the way he talked about it, like he had made peace with whatever waited in the dark. I wondered if I would ever feel that kind of calm, if I would ever be able to look into the quiet and see it not as a threat, but as something that was always meant to be there. The next day, I tried to lose myself in small, careful things. I cleaned my apartment, wiped down every surface until my hands ached, and the scent of lemon cleaner filled the air. I answered emails I had been putting off, folded laundry that had been sitting in a basket for too long. But no matter how many small things I did, I kept seeing that smudge in the corner of my mind. It felt like it had pressed itself into my thoughts, the shape of it lingering in the quiet spaces of my day. I did not tell anyone about it, Part of me thought about calling my mother, about telling her what I had seen in that quiet, still room. But I knew she would just tell me it was a stain, that I was letting my imagination run wild in the dark, and maybe she would be right. But I could not shake the feeling that there was something more to it, something that went deeper than the simple explanation of old wood and shadows. That night, I woke up to the sound of the wind against my window. It was a soft, patient sound, the kind of sound that fills the spaces between dreams and waking. I lay there in the dark, my breath slow and careful, and I thought about the way the air had felt in that room, heavy and still, like it was listening to every small sound I made. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but every time I drifted close to dreams, I saw that shape in the dark. Not just the smudge on the floor, but the faint outline of a man standing in the corner, his long, thin fingers stretching down to the ground. I could almost hear the soft sigh of breath in the quiet, the patient weight of something waiting. I woke up with a gasp, the air cold in my lungs, and I lay there in the dark, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. The next morning I drove back to the house. I told myself it would be the last time, that I just needed to see it again to prove to myself that it was nothing. But I think part of me knew that I was not going back for proof. I was going back because the quiet of that house had started to feel like something I needed to understand. Like the darkness was a question I had to answer, even if I was not sure I wanted to hear what it had to say. The house was just as still as I remembered, the soft hush of the wind in the trees, the only sound in the bright morning light. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the cool air wrapping around me like a breath. The living room was warm with the light of the sun, the small details of the space catching in the soft glow. But when I walked down the hall to that room, the air felt different. Heavier somehow, like the quiet itself was waiting for me to speak. I opened the door and stepped inside, the soft creak of the floor under my feet loud in the hush. The smudge was still there, dark and perfect in the corner, the shape of it as familiar now as the lines of my own hand. I walked to it slowly, my breath steady and calm, and I knelt down in the soft light. I traced the edges of it again, the cold wood smooth under my fingertips, and I tried to imagine what it would feel like if it was not just a mark, if it was the memory of something that had stood there, watching the quiet of the room. I sat back on my heels and let the quiet settle around me, the soft weight of it pressing close. I thought about the way my grandfather had spoken, the way his blind eyes had turned to the corner like he could still see what waited there. I wondered if he had been talking to it all those years, if the man in the corner had been more than just a story he told to fill the long, empty nights. I stood up and walked to the window, the light of the sun warm on my face. Outside, the fields stretched out in every direction, the soft rustle of the wind in the grass, the only sound. It felt like the world was holding its breath, like the quiet of the house had spilled out into the fields and wrapped everything in the slow hush of waiting. I turned back to the room, my hand resting on the old wood of the window frame, and I whispered into the quiet, "What do you want from me?" My voice sounded small in the stillness, but it felt like the only question that mattered. There was no answer, just the soft weight of the air and the faint scent of dust and old wood. But in that moment, I felt something ease in my chest, a small, quiet understanding that maybe the answer did not matter. Maybe the question was enough, the act of looking into the dark, and seeing what lived there. I left the room and closed the door behind me, the soft click of the latch like a promise. I stood in the hallway for a moment, the light of the sun warm on my back, and I let out a slow breath. I did not know if I would come back. I did not know if the smudge would be there tomorrow, or if it would fade like the last breath of a dream, but I knew that I had seen it, and that was enough for now. I spent the next few days trying to stay busy, throwing myself into work and small tasks around the house, anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the quiet of my grandfather's room. But no matter how hard I tried, it felt like the shape of that smudge was always there, pressed against the inside of my thoughts like a thumbprint on glass. It was in the quiet moments, in the soft hush of the early morning and the stillness of the late night, that I would see it most clearly. I would be sitting at my kitchen table, the sun just starting to slip over the edge of the world, and I would feel it. The weight of that quiet room, the shape of that dark smudge in the corner, and the soft, patient breath of something that was always there, just waiting to be seen. I started dreaming of the house at night. In those dreams, the hallways were longer, stretching out in soft, endless lines, the doors all open and the rooms all waiting. I would walk through the quiet, my bare feet cold against the old wood, and I would feel him there. Not the shape of my grandfather, not the soft, gentle hush of his voice, telling stories in the dark, but the shape of something else, tall and thin, with long, patient fingers that seemed to brush against the edges of the dreams. I would wake up with my heart in my throat, my hands tangled in the sheets, and the soft press of the dark still whispering in the quiet spaces of my room. I did not know what to make of it. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, the weight of old memories, and the soft hush of grief turning into something that felt like more. But even as I tried to believe that, there was a part of me that knew it was not just a dream, that there was something in the quiet of that house, something that had waited for my grandfather and was now waiting for me. I drove back to the house one last time. I told myself it would be the last time, that I would go and see and then let it rest. The day was bright and warm, the sky a soft, endless blue that felt like it should have been enough to wash away the quiet weight of the dark. But as I turned down the gravel drive, the air grew still, the world holding its breath, the way it always did when I stepped into that place. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the scent of old wood and dust wrapping around me like a blanket. The house was silent, the soft light of the afternoon slipping in through the curtains and painting everything in gentle gold. I moved through the room slowly, my footsteps soft on the old floors, until I reached the door to my grandfather's room. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the worn wood, and I let the quiet of the house settle deep in my bones. When I opened the door, the room felt just as it always had. The chair in the corner, the blanket folded neatly, the soft pool of light from the lamp by the bed. And in the corner, the smudge on the floor, dark and perfect against the pale wood. I walked to it slowly, my breath catching in my chest, and I knelt down to trace the edges of it again. The wood was cool under my fingers, the shape of the smudge as clear and deliberate as it had ever been. I sat back on my heels and closed my eyes, letting the quiet of the room wrap around me. I thought about my grandfather, the way he had spoken of the man in the corner with such calm certainty, and I wondered if maybe that was what he had been trying to teach me. Not to be afraid of the quiet, but to listen to it. to see what lived there, and to understand that some things did not need to be explained to be real. I sat there for a long time, the soft hush of the house settling deep into my bones, and I let the dark speak in the small ways it knew. The soft sigh of the wind against the window, the slow creak of the old floorboards, the quiet beat of my own heart. And in that quiet I thought I could hear him. Not the shape of the man with the long fingers, not the soft press of something waiting in the dark, but my grandfather's voice. A low, patient hush that spoke not in words, but in the quiet certainty of someone who had seen and understood. I stood up slowly, my legs stiff from the cold of the floor, and I walked to the window. The light of the afternoon was soft and warm on my skin, and for a moment it felt like the house was breathing with me, the slow rise and fall of it a gentle comfort in the hush. I thought about leaving then, about walking out and locking the door behind me one last time. But there was a part of me that wanted to stay, to sit in the quiet and let the dark settle around me, to feel the soft weight of something that had waited in the corners for longer than I could know. I walked back to the chair and sat down, the leather cracked and soft under my hands, and I closed my eyes. I let the quiet speak, the slow breath of the house, and the soft hush of the wind in the trees. And in that moment I felt something shift, not the sudden jolt of fear, not the sharp edge of something reaching out from the dark, but a soft, quiet understanding that whatever waited there, whatever had pressed its shape into the floor and into my dreams, it was not something to be feared. It was just something that had always been, waiting in the quiet, patient, and sure. When I finally stood up and left the room, the sun was slipping low in the sky, the light turning the house to soft gold and shadow. I locked the door behind me, the small click of it loud in the hush, and I stepped out into the stillness of the evening. I did not look back as I walked to my car, the soft crunch of gravel under my feet, a steady, gentle song. I drove home with the windows down, the cool air of the night washing over me, and for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe. The dark was still there, waiting in the corners of my mind, but it felt different now, not a threat, but a promise. A reminder that the quiet is not empty, but full of the small, patient things that have always been there, waiting for us to see them. In the days that followed my last visit to my grandfather's house, I found myself thinking about that room in quiet moments, the shape of the smudge on the floor always at the edge of my thoughts. But the fear that had once curled tight in my chest had started to ease, replaced by something softer, a kind of calm acceptance that I could not quite put into words. I still did not know what it was that I had seen, or if it was really there at all, but the question of it no longer felt like a weight. It felt like a door I had chosen to open, and in that choice there was a quiet kind of peace. I did not go back to the house again. The next time I drove past it, the windows were still dark, the paint on the old wood still peeling in careful curls. But the air around it felt lighter somehow, like the hush of the place had lifted a little, the weight of the quiet no longer pressing so close. I slowed the car as I passed, my eyes tracing the lines of the porch and the small shape of the old chair I could just see through the window, and I let myself remember. Not just the shape of the smudge in the corner, but the soft way the light fell across the room, the gentle creak of the old boards under my feet, the quiet that had felt like it was holding a breath too long. At home, I took out the small notebook I had kept during those long nights at the house. I flipped through the pages slowly, each line of careful handwriting a small anchor in the soft drift of memory. In the lines I could hear my own voice, shaky at first, then more certain as the nights went on. The questions I had written down felt less like fears now and more like a record of something real, something that had found a way to press itself into the edges of my life. One morning, I woke up before dawn, the sky outside just starting to shift from dark to pale gray. I sat at the edge of my bed and let the quiet of the early morning settle around me, the soft hush of the world still holding the shape of the night. And in that gentle stillness, I thought about my grandfather, about the way he had spoken of the man in the corner, not with fear, but with the kind of understanding that only comes from a lifetime of seeing the quiet things that slip between the light and the dark. I made coffee and stood at the window, watching the first light slip across the ground in soft gold lines. The world outside felt new and bright, the promise of the day a gentle weight in the hush. I thought about the shape of that footprint on the floor, the way it had felt both real and impossible, and I understood something I had not before, that maybe it did not matter if it was real. Maybe what mattered was that it had been there for me to see, a quiet question waiting in the corner of the night, and that I had chosen to stand and look back at it. In the weeks that followed, I found myself telling the story to a few people. Not the whole story, not every detail that still pressed close in the quiet of my own mind, but enough. Enough to feel the small relief of sharing it, of letting the shape of it settle in the air between me and someone else. Some listened and nodded, their eyes soft with understanding, even if they did not quite believe. Others shifted in their seats, the small, nervous laughter of those who have never seen the quiet pressed close around them. But it felt good to tell it, to let the story breathe and be more than just a shape in the dark of my own thoughts. One evening, I went for a walk, just as the sun was starting to slip low in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, the soft scent of the earth rising up from the ground in small, gentle breaths. I let my feet take me where they would, the quiet of the world a soft song in my ears, and I thought about the way the dark had felt in that old house, not a threat, but a promise. Not an emptiness, but a space where something waited to be seen. I stopped at the edge of a small field, the long grass swaying in the soft breeze, and I closed my eyes. I let the quiet wash over me, the slow, steady beat of my heart, a small, steady anchor in the hush, and in that quiet, I thought I could feel him. Not the pale figure my grandfather had spoken of, not the dark shape of the man with the long fingers, but my grandfather himself. His voice soft and sure in the dark, the quiet weight of his presence, a gentle comfort in the hush of the night. I opened my eyes and took a slow breath, the air cool and bright in my lungs, and I let the quiet settle into the spaces of my thoughts. I did not know if I would ever see that shape in the dark again, or if it had been a gift given to me in the last days of my grandfather's life. But I knew that whatever it had been, it had left something behind in me. A small, quiet understanding that the world is wider and deeper than the edges we can see in the light, and that sometimes the only thing we can do is stand and look, and let it look back. When I turned to walk home, the last light of the sun was slipping over the horizon, the soft glow of it painting the world in warm gold. I felt a small, gentle peace settle in my chest, the quiet of the evening a soft, steady breath in the hush of the night. And I knew that wherever my grandfather had gone, whatever waited in the dark beyond the edges of the world, it was not something to fear. It was just another part of the quiet, patient and sure, waiting for us to see it. This might sound off from the jump, but I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm not here for karma or clicks or whatever. I'm just writing this out because something about the whole thing still gets under my skin, and if I don't say it somewhere, I feel like I'll start forgetting it, which is worse, honestly. I'd rather be scared than unsure whether it even happened. Back in late winter this year, though it already feels further away than that I had to go in for surgery. Nothing major, not life-threatening, just a slow, painful problem in my side that needed fixing. The hospital stay was only supposed to be a couple days. I packed light. My sister dropped me off, promised to bring my charger and a real blanket after work. Everything was normal. The meds they gave me afterward were strong. Not enough to knock me out flat, but enough to blur the edges. I drift off in the evening and wake up groggy around 3 in the morning like clockwork. Not from pain, mostly just dry mouth. The air in the building was so dry, it felt like every breath came through a dust filter. So I'd wake up, sip some water, click the button for the nurse if I needed anything, then drift back down. The first couple nights were fine. Quiet. Lights low in the hallway, the occasional wheel squeak from a cart, nurses checking vitals, hushed voices. I liked that time of night, honestly. Something about the world being still while everyone moved slow. Then came the third night. I drifted off around 11, I think. Lights low, blanket over my legs, the usual. And then, like before, I came out of sleep slowly. Eyes half open, throat scratchy. I reached for the water cup, but froze halfway. Because there was someone already in the room. She was sitting in the chair in the corner, not moving, not checking anything, just sitting. Her hands were folded in her lap, short sleeves, nurse scrubs, ID badge clipped to the collar. Her hair was dark and tied back. I couldn't read the badge from where I was. My vision was still soft from the meds. She smiled when she saw me stir, not weird or anything. Just that polite nurse smile they give when you're half awake and drooling. "You called me," she said softly. "I'm here to check your breathing." I didn't remember pressing the button, but I figured maybe I'd rolled on it. The bed remote was a mess of wires and buttons, and I wasn't exactly alert. I nodded. She stood, walked toward the bathroom, and the light flipped on behind her. Then nothing. No sound, no movement. The light stayed on, but she didn't come back out. I waited a couple minutes, 5 maybe. Time gets weird when you're on painkillers and not sure if you're dreaming. Eventually, I buzzed again. Another nurse came in, not the same woman. Different build. Older, lighter hair, asked if I needed water. I said, kind of hesitantly. Did the other nurse say anything? She blinked at me. "Which nurse?" "The one who was just here," I said. "She said she was checking my breathing." The nurse frowned, checked her clipboard. "No one's been in your room since midnight." That didn't make sense. I was awake. I saw her. I heard her voice. It wasn't a dream. I described her dark hair, quiet voice, younger, maybe early 30s. She wore the same style scrubs as the others, maybe a little more faded, same badge lanyard. The nurse stood still for a second. Then she said, carefully, "You're not the first patient to see her." I thought she was joking at first. I gave a little half laugh. She didn't smile. "She hasn't worked here in a long time," she said, "since the elevator incident." That phrase stuck in my head, elevator incident. But when I asked what she meant, she shook her head and changed the subject, checked my vitals, wrote something down, told me to rest. She never explained it, and I was too tired to press. The next morning, I asked the day nurse, different person again. She said the same thing. "No one matching that description works here." I asked again about the elevator, and she just gave me that tight-lipped look like someone clamping a secret behind their teeth. That day passed like the others. Pain meds, blood pressure checks, Jell-O on a tray. But around 2:59 the next morning, I heard something I hadn't heard before. The elevator ding. The one at the end of the hallway. It rang once, then silence. No footsteps, no wheels on the floor, just that sound, clear and sharp. I stared at the door for almost an hour, waiting for someone to come in. No one did. By morning, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then it happened again the next night. 2:59 exactly. Ding. Then quiet. I looked at the wall clock to be sure, watched the second hand tick past the mark. It wasn't in my head. I asked the night nurse the following shift if anyone used the elevator on this floor. She looked confused. "No elevator access after 10, she said. "Security lock." I told her what I'd heard. She didn't argue. She just said, "Some patients hear things. It's an old building." But I don't think she believed that either, because when she left, she turned the light on in the bathroom and kept the door open just a crack. I kept waiting for the meds to explain it away. You know how they tell you that anesthesia can mess with your head for days, or that painkillers can give you vivid dreams? I tried to make myself believe it, that what I saw was a side effect, that my brain was fuzzy and made up a nurse who never existed. But then I started hearing things that didn't fit into that kind of logic. Little things. Things that wouldn't make sense to imagine if you were just drifting through dreams. The elevator bell, for one, that soft ding echoing through the hallway at 2:59 every single morning, always at the same time, not 2:57, not 3:01, exactly 2:59. The sound never changed, crisp, as if someone had just arrived, but no one ever walked past my door after. No footsteps, no carts, no voices. Just that single chime and then silence. I asked about it again the next day, this time during lunch when a nurse's aide was refilling my pitcher. I kept it casual, asked if there was a shift change around 3 in the morning. She looked at me like I had asked if Santa still made deliveries, said no. Said the floor locks down at 10 every night and doesn't open again until 6, no deliveries, no new patients, no visitors. Not even staff from other units come through, unless there is an emergency. I nodded and didn't push. But the next night, I stayed awake on purpose. It wasn't easy. I had to keep moving my feet under the blanket just to fight off the pull of the meds. My body felt like lead. My eyes burned, but I watched the clock tick slowly toward that minute. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. Same sound, clean, unmistakable. I kept my eyes on the hallway. My room faced the end of the corridor, so I could see the edge of the elevator doors through the gap in the open door. Nothing moved. No one stepped out. But the sound had been real, too clean to be imagined. And again, nothing followed it. No footsteps. Just quiet. The nurse didn't come that night. Not the one I had seen before. My room stayed empty. The next morning, something had changed. My water pitcher had been refilled, and the bathroom light was on. The door was shut, but the light was visible beneath it. I asked the morning nurse if she had come in before shift. She said no. She said they were just starting rounds. But my pitcher had more water than I remembered, a clean refill, not the cloudy, half-empty one I'd left sitting on the tray. I didn't say anything else. That afternoon, I got up for the first time since surgery. They had me use a walker and take a few laps around the hallway. I passed other rooms. Most of them were closed. A few had patients dozing in dim light. Some had visitors. I didn't see anything strange until I reached the end of the hall. There was a nurse standing near the elevator, not facing it, facing the window. She didn't turn around, didn't move. I slowed my walk, glanced at the name tag, couldn't read it clearly from that distance, but something about the stance looked familiar. Arms at her sides, head tilted slightly down like she was listening for something behind the glass. My nurse caught up to me, reminding me to keep moving. I turned to ask if she knew who the other nurse was. She looked. There was no one there. Just the empty hallway and the reflection of the lights in the window. That night, I didn't sleep again, not because I planned it, but because I couldn't. The room felt colder. The sheets felt too still, like they had been smoothed by someone other than me. And the elevator dinged again. 2:59. Right on time. But this time, the bathroom door creaked. Just slightly. Enough to make me sit up, heart pounding but not racing. There was no sound after that, no footsteps, no water running, just the door easing a half-inch further open before going still again. The light inside was off. The hallway was silent. I stayed that way for an hour, awake, watching. At some point, I must have drifted, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. And my pitcher was full again. Later that day, I asked one of the older nurses about the elevator incident. I framed it like I had overheard something in the hallway. I didn't expect an answer. But she hesitated. She looked down at her tablet and said, very quietly, that years ago, before they renovated the top floors, there had been an accident. A night shift nurse got stuck between floors when the elevator shorted. Power outage during a storm. Maintenance was supposed to lock it down, but someone bypassed the system to bring up supplies. The nurse was alone in the car when it moved unexpectedly. By the time they realized she hadn't made it back to the station, it had been hours. No one sure if she was unconscious when they found her, or if she was awake the whole time. Her name was Marianne. I asked if she died. The nurse gave a slow, tired nod, said they don't talk about it much anymore. but every now and then a patient mentioned seeing her, late at night, always on this floor, always after visiting hours. I asked how many. She said enough. And then she told me something else. She never walks the halls, she said. She just waits, at the end of the corridor, by the elevator, like she's still on shift. I didn't know what to say. She tapped the screen and said, "Let me know if you need anything." And that was it. That night, I waited again. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. This time I saw her reflection in the hallway glass. Standing at the end. Not moving. Just watching. I didn't tell anyone what I saw that night. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want them to think I was still loopy from the medication. Maybe because I was scared someone would believe me. And that somehow would be worse. There was something about seeing her reflection in the glass that didn't feel like a warning or a hallucination. It felt like a question, like she was waiting for me to notice. And now that I didn't know what was supposed to come next. That morning, everything looked the same. My breakfast tray was there, scrambled eggs under a plastic dome, a small plastic cup of orange juice. The water pitcher was full again. I hadn't touched it. I picked it up, sniffed it, even tasted a little, clean, room temp, normal hospital water. But I still had no idea who was refilling it. The day nurse said nothing. Just her usual questions, blood pressure, light small talk. It was almost comforting in a way, how little anyone acknowledged anything outside the routine. You could go missing in a place like this, and nobody would know until the clipboard said so. Later that afternoon, the physical therapist came by to help me walk again. We went a little farther this time. She had me loop the whole floor, from my room to the nurse's station and around the side hallway. I pretended to need a break so I could stop near the elevator. It looked normal in the daylight. The lights above the doors were off. No calls pending, no activity. The security pad beside it still flashed red, same as always, meaning access was locked. I stared at the small seam between the doors. "Everything okay?" the therapist asked. I nodded too fast. "Just tired," I told her. That night I didn't sleep again. Not because I was scared, but because I was starting to feel like I had to be awake for it. Like I was being asked to witness something. Not fix it, not stop it, just notice, be present. I kept the bathroom light on this time, not all the way open, just cracked, same as the nurse had left it once. Something about the glow helped, like it gave whatever was out there a reason not to come in. At 2:58 I sat up. At 2:59 the elevator dinged. Then something different happened. The sound of wheels. Not loud, just the faint rattle of a rolling cart on tile. One slow turn, then silence again. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. I thought maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a noise from the floor above or below. Sound carried in weird ways in hospitals. But then I saw it. A flicker of movement by the doorway. A shadow. Like someone had passed by the hall light, just outside my door. I sat still, not breathing. The air felt heavier, like the kind of pressure right before a storm, like something had shifted in the building itself. Then the water pitcher tipped, Not spilled, just leaned slightly on the tray. Enough to splash. I flinched, and the sound echoed louder than it should have. I reached out to steady it and saw the condensation on the outside of the pitcher. But it was warm. That didn't make sense. Room temp water in a plastic container should feel cool. This was body warm, like someone had been holding it just before setting it down. I buzzed the nurse, but I canceled it before it sent. I didn't want anyone else to come in. Not because I was afraid for them. Because I didn't think it would matter. Whoever or whatever was visiting didn't care about the others. It was for me. That morning, something else was different. On the small table next to the bed, the notepad they give you for questions, reminders, whatever had a new sheet torn off. The one below it had writing. My handwriting. Except I hadn't written anything. It said, Marianne, elevator, 7th floor, 259. No other words. Just that. I didn't tell the day nurse. I didn't mention it to the tech who took my vitals. I just folded the paper and tucked it into my wallet. Later, when I got up for another hallway walk, I stopped near the nurse's station, waited for a quiet moment. "Can I ask something?" I said. The nurse on shift looked up. "Sure. Was there ever a Marianne here?" She didn't answer right away. Her eyes didn't change, but her hands paused on the keyboard. Then she said, "Not officially." I waited. She leaned in, voice low. "There's a story about a night shift nurse, long time ago, before the floor was locked after hours." I nodded. "I saw her," I said. The nurse nodded too. "Then you're not the first." That night, I didn't fight sleep. I just left the bathroom light on, sat propped against the pillows, and waited. When the elevator dinged, I didn't flinch. And when the wheels turned again, I didn't hide. This time, she stopped at the door. Just a shape in the window. Not entering, not knocking, just standing still. Watching. And this time I saw something else. The ID badge, clipped to her collar. It said Marianne, first name only, no title, no department, just that single name in clear, bold type. Then she turned, walked toward the elevator again, and the light in the bathroom flickered. The next day, everything felt heavier, not just in my body, which was still stiff from surgery and restless nights, but in the air itself, like something was settling in. Not threatening exactly, but undeniable. The kind of heaviness you feel right before a conversation you know is going to change something. The light from the window was too bright, the hallway sounds too thin. I could tell my head wasn't all there, like part of me was still back in the moment from the night before, watching Marianne turn and walk away without a sound. That image stuck with me more than anything else. She had moved like she was still on shift, like she had rounds to finish, not ghostly or slow or spooky, just precise, controlled, familiar. The way nurses move when they know their steps by heart, and the hallway belongs to them. I could still see her name badge in my mind, the way it caught the low light from the wall sconces. The fact that it only said her first name made something twist in my stomach, like whatever system had printed it knew she didn't need a last name anymore. I waited until later in the afternoon before asking about her again. This time I picked a different nurse, a younger one I hadn't seen before. She had just finished replacing my forebag and was scribbling on the clipboard when I said it. "Do you believe in, I don't know, people lingering?" She didn't look confused. That surprised me. "You mean patients who hang around after they go?" I shook my head. "No, staff." She hesitated, then said, "You mean Marianne?" It wasn't a question. She pulled the chair closer and lowered her voice, even though no one else was around. "They say she was quiet, didn't talk much, always came in early, always helped with the worst cases. You'd think someone like that would get remembered more, but all we have are rumors. No pictures, no file in the system, just a couple old-timers who say she used to work nights and was one of the best they had. Then the elevator thing happened, and they changed everything." I asked if she believed it. She didn't answer right away. "I think hospitals remember," she said finally. "Even when people forget, some things get left behind, not just in rooms, in the building." That night, I kept the room dark. No bathroom light, no hallway glow. I wanted to see what happened when I didn't try to protect myself. I sat up at 2:58, watching the red digits on the clock blink slowly toward the hour. At 2:59, the elevator dinged. Then the wheels. This time they stopped right outside my door. The handle didn't move. The shadow behind the window shifted. She was standing there again, still as before, but this time her head tilted slightly toward the door. I felt something in my chest change. Not fear. Recognition. She wasn't looking at me like I was a stranger. She was looking like she was waiting. I stood, slowly, painfully. Unplugged the IV line, not all the way, just enough to let me move. I walked to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. No cart. No shadow. Just quiet. But further down the corridor, the elevator doors were closing. I stepped out into the hall, leaned against the wall, and waited. No alarms went off. No one came. The floor was completely silent. The elevator panel beside the doors flashed once, then went dark again. I stood there for a few more minutes, hoping something would move again. But nothing did. So I went back into the room and sat in the chair she had used the first night. I stared at the bed, the still water pitcher, the closed bathroom door, and something clicked. She never came in unless I was in the bed, unless I was vulnerable. That was the pattern. You had to be still, open. So that night, I lay back down and closed my eyes, even though I stayed fully awake. And I waited. She didn't come, but I started to dream while still awake. At least I think it was a dream. I was standing in the elevator. The lights overhead flickered. The panel had no buttons, just a single glowing keyhole where the floor numbers should be. And in the corner of the elevator, tucked behind a storage bin, sat an old badge. Marianne. Same black font. Same plastic clip. I reached out to grab it, but the elevator dropped suddenly. That's when I woke up. Not gasping. Just cold. Colder than I had felt all week. The IV had been reconnected. My water pitcher was full again. The bathroom door was shut, but the light was on. And someone had left a folded paper on the table beside the bed. My name was written on the outside. Just that. When I opened it, the handwriting was smooth. Not mine. It said, "I need your help." That was all. No name. But I already knew who it was from. I kept that piece of paper folded in my palm until morning. I did not put it on the tray, or the side table, or even in my pocket. I just held it, not because I was afraid someone would take it, but because I was afraid it might not be there if I looked away. That's how it's been this whole time. Everything slips if I stop paying attention. The hallway noises, the elevator, even her. They come when I am still and focused. When I start asking questions, things disappear again. I stared at the handwriting. It was neat, soft cursive, the kind of penmanship you do not see much anymore. Not rushed, not printed. Each letter had a quiet rhythm to it, just 4 words. I need your help. No period, no name, no details. But somehow I understood. She was not trying to scare me. She never was. That changed something. Later that morning, the nurse came in to take my blood pressure. She looked more tired than usual. Her hair was pulled back too tight, and there was a faint pink mark under one eye, like she had not slept well. I almost asked her again about Marianne, almost brought up the note, but something stopped me. Instead, I asked, "Have you ever been on this floor at night, like really late?" She paused, then said, "Only once." Her voice was quiet now. She leaned in to adjust the cuff and lowered her tone like we were sharing something. "During training," she said, "I got lost coming back from radiology. Took the stairs to the wrong floor. Doors were unlocked. That was years ago." "Did you see anything?" I asked. She didn't speak right away. Then she said, "I thought I saw someone by the elevators, but I was too nervous to get close. The doors closed before I could really tell." "Do you remember what time it was?" I asked. She thought about it, then said, "I remember checking my watch when I finally found the right hallway. It was just after 3. She finished taking my vitals and smiled like nothing strange had been said. Before she left, she added, "Some floors remember more than others." That line sat with me all afternoon. Some floors remember more. What does a building remember, and what does it keep? I looked around my room. Nothing had changed, but everything felt different. Not haunted, just layered, like something was stitched underneath all the routine and wires and checklists. I started to wonder if Marianne was stuck, or if she stayed on purpose. That evening I sat up instead of lying flat. I needed to be awake fully, not just waiting passively. At 2:59, the elevator chimed. But there were no wheels this time. Just silence after the bell. I stood up, unplugged my IV again, and walked slowly to the door. The hallway was dim but not dark. No nurses around, no carts, nothing out of place. except a small envelope on the floor just outside my room. I bent to pick it up. Inside was another piece of paper, same writing. Just 2 lines this time. You can open it. The key is in the wall. I looked down the hall. The elevator sat closed, lights off. But something had changed. The panel next to it, the one with the locked card reader, was ajar. I had walked past it a dozen times, never noticed anything unusual. Now there was a tiny compartment inside, and in it, a small brass key. I stood there a long time. Then I went back to my room and waited until morning. I do not know why I did not use it. Maybe because I thought it was a test, or because part of me still believed this would go away if I stopped playing along. But the next night, the key was gone. The panel was closed. The hallway was quiet. And there was no elevator chime. Nothing at all. Not even the faint hum I had gotten used to. That was somehow worse than everything else. I had missed something. The note had been clear. The key was a chance. And I hesitated. That morning I asked the nurse again. Not about Marianne, not directly. Have you ever known a patient who stayed too long? She raised an eyebrow. Plenty of them don't want to go, she said. They get scared to leave, comfortable in the routine, scared of what happens next. What if someone can't leave? I asked. Even if they want to? She was quiet for a second. Then said, then maybe they need someone to walk with them. That's when I knew what she was asking. Marianne. She needed someone to open the door. Not to force her out. Just to stand next to her when it opened. That night, I did not wait for 2:59. I got up early. Walked the hallway at 2:30. It was silent, still. But when I reached the elevator, the panel was open again. No note this time. Just the key. Waiting. I took it. Turned it slowly. And the elevator doors opened. Inside, the lights were dim. Not broken, just soft. And at the back, standing very still, was Marianne. She looked just the same. Calm. Present. She nodded once, almost like approval. I stepped in. The doors stayed open. She turned to face them. And together we waited. Not speaking. Not moving. Just present. The elevator stayed open for a long time, too long. It should have chimed, should have tried to close, should have beeped or blinked, or done any of the things it was designed to do, but it did not. It just waited, the way Marianne did, like the whole building had agreed to pause for a while. The air inside the car was colder than the hallway. Not freezing, but different, still and clean. Like a sealed room, untouched by time. She stood next to me but did not look at me. Her hands were folded calmly in front of her. Her uniform looked softer in this light, less clinical. I noticed small details I had missed before: the faint worn patches near her collar, the slightly discolored edge of her sleeve, like she had been wearing the same clothes for a long time. Not because she had no choice, but because it was the only thing that still made sense to her. I waited for her to move. She didn't. Then I realized it wasn't about the elevator, it was about me. This was her last call. She needed someone to see her, to walk her back to where she stopped being remembered, to confirm that she was still here, even if no one had put her on a schedule or called her name in years. I turned to her and said very softly, "I see you." That was all. She nodded once. Then the doors closed. No buttons lit up. No sound. But we were moving. Not up, not down, not side to side. Just away. That is the only word I can use. Away. The walls did not change, but the air did. It smelled faintly like bleach and something older, like time itself had a scent. I did not feel scared. My body was calm. There was no weight in my chest, no rush of nerves, just awareness, a deep kind of clarity that only comes when you stop needing to know where something is taking you. After what felt like a long time, the elevator stopped. The doors opened, and we were back on the same floor. Same hallway. Same lights. But quieter. Like everyone else had gone home. She stepped out first. I followed. She walked slowly, hands still folded, steps perfectly even. We passed the empty rooms, past the station with its dark monitors, past the vending machine that always buzzed near the stairwell. She never looked around, never hesitated. At the end of the hallway, where the windows faced the parking lot, she stopped. She turned to face me, and this time she spoke. "Thank you," she said. "I didn't want to go alone." Then she smiled. It wasn't wide or dramatic. It was tired, relieved. And then she stepped through the door beside the windows. A door I swear was never there before. It closed behind her. No sound. Just that gentle click of something finally finished. I stood there a long time. Eventually, I turned and walked back to my room. The hallway felt lighter. Not just in sound, but in weight. I slept that night. For the first time in days. When I woke up, the water pitcher was still full, but nothing else was out of place. No shadows. No movement. Just morning light and the quiet sound of someone walking past with a breakfast cart. Later that day, the nurse came in to tell me I was being discharged. She smiled as she folded the paperwork. "You're ahead of schedule," she said, healing nicely. I almost laughed. I didn't say anything about the elevator, or Marianne, or the walk we took. Some things do not need to be retold right away. Before I left, I stopped by the hallway one last time. The spot near the windows looked the same, but the door was gone. Back to smooth wall. No seam, no sign, just space. When I turned to go, I noticed a new name added to the staff board near the elevator. Marianne. No title. No shift listed. Just her name. A small note below it read, "In recognition of service beyond duty." I stood there with my discharge papers in hand and read it twice. Then I left the building. The sun felt too bright at first. The air too loud. But it was good. Alive. I never saw her again. Not in dreams. Not in windows. Not at 2:59 in the morning. The elevator still chimes sometimes in my head, right on the hour. But it does not make me nervous. It makes me remember. Not everything that lingers is lost. Some things are just waiting to be walked home. I took the night shift at a gas station off the highway just outside Pittsburgh. It was not much, just a small building with flickering fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee always hanging in the air. The kind of place where the quiet was only broken by the occasional hum of a passing truck or the soft click of the door when someone wandered in, looking for a cup of coffee or a pack of cigarettes. It was supposed to be open 24 hours. That was the whole point of it, really. A place for the late-night drivers and the insomniacs and the people who did not want to go home just yet. The manager told me it was an easy job. Watch the register, restock the shelves if they got low, and keep the coffee hot. He said the cameras were old but good enough, and that nothing ever happened out there at night anyway. I believed him, at first. The first few nights were just like he said, quiet, empty. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator units and the occasional squeak of my own shoes on the tile. Sometimes I would see headlights flash across the window, a car slowing down and then rolling on past. I would stand there behind the counter, my hands wrapped around a cup of coffee, and I would tell myself it was just another night, just another job. But there was something about that place that never felt quite right. The way the air always smelled faintly of something metallic, like old blood or rust. The way the shadows seemed to pool a little deeper in the corners, even when the lights were bright and humming. I tried not to think about it too much. I told myself it was just the way old places felt at night, the quiet pressing in around you until it felt like it might swallow you whole. Then came the night that changed everything. It was just after midnight, the store empty except for me and the soft buzz of the lights overhead. I was standing behind the counter, counting the till for the third time out of boredom, when I heard it. A soft click, like the sound of the door locking itself. I looked up, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But then I tried the handle, and it would not budge. The door had locked itself. I stood there for a moment, my hand on the cold metal, trying to make sense of it. The lock was old and stiff, but it had never done that before. I looked out the window, my breath fogging the glass, and that was when I saw him. He was standing by pump 4, tall and thin, skin so pale it almost glowed under the flickering lights. He was not wearing any clothes, just standing there in the cold night air, his arms hanging loose at his sides. For a moment, I thought he might be a trick of the light, a reflection in the glass. But he did not move. He just stood there, watching the door with empty eyes. I do not know how long I stood there, staring at him. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath coming in small, sharp gasps. I wanted to look away, to pretend I had not seen him. But I could not. There was something about the way he stood there, so still and so quiet, that held me in place like a nail driven through my feet. I backed away from the door, my hands shaking, and I ducked into the back room. The small space smelled of old cardboard and cleaning supplies, the narrow shelves lined with paper towels and toilet cleaner. I pressed my back against the wall and closed my eyes, trying to slow my breathing. trying to tell myself it was just a man, just some drifter who had lost his way. But even as I told myself that, I could feel it was not true. There was something about him, something in the way he stood so still that made my skin crawl. I sat there in the dark, listening to the soft hum of the old fridge in the corner, and I waited. After what felt like hours, I crept back to the front of the store. The door was still locked, the pale figure still standing by the pumps. He had not moved an inch. It was like he was part of the night itself, some piece of the darkness that had stepped into the light just to see what it felt like. I went to the register and tried the phone, but the line was dead. No dial tone, just a soft, empty hum that filled the quiet of the store like a breath held too long. I wanted to scream, to pound on the door until the glass shattered, but I was too afraid that if I moved too quickly, he would move too, that he would come to the door and press his cold, pale face against the glass and show me what waited in the dark. So I hid. I went back to the storage room and sat on the cold concrete floor, my arms wrapped around my knees, and I waited for the night to end. I thought about the cameras, the way they watched every corner of the store, and I told myself that if he came closer, I would see it in the morning. I would know I had not imagined it. But when the sun finally rose and the door unlocked itself with a soft click that made my heart jump, I stepped out into the pale light of the morning and looked at the screens. There was nothing. No pale figure by the pumps, no shadow in the flickering light. Just the empty, quiet night, the same as it had always been. I do not know what I saw that night. I do not know if it was real, or if it was just some part of me that had slipped loose in the quiet of that cold, lonely place. But I know that when the night comes again, and the door locks itself at 1 a.m, I will be there, watching the pale figure by pump 4, and I will be listening for the soft, patient sound of something that should not be there at all. The next night I showed up for my shift with my hands already shaking. I told myself it was just the cold air biting at my fingers, but I knew it was more than that. It was the memory of the pale figure standing under the flickering light, the way he had not moved, not even a twitch, like he had been waiting there for me. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the shadows, a stranger who had wandered too far off the road, but the truth of it pressed against the back of my mind like a bruise that would not fade. The manager was there when I arrived, counting the register and humming a quiet tune that did nothing to calm the tight knot in my chest. He looked up and gave me a small smile, his hands moving with practiced ease as he checked the till and scribbled down notes on a clipboard. He asked me if everything had gone well the night before, and I almost told him the truth. Almost told him about the figure in the dark, the door that had locked itself, the dead phone line, and the soft, breathless silence that had wrapped around me like a shroud. But I did not. I told him it was fine, just another night. He nodded, satisfied, and left with a quiet, "Good night," that felt like a lie in the stale, flickering air of the store. When he was gone, I walked through the small building, checking the locks on the doors and the flicker of the cameras in their dusty corners. Everything looked normal. The shelves were full, the coffee pot burbling softly on the counter, the soft hum of the freezers filling the quiet with a gentle mechanical breath. But in every reflection, in the dark glass of the windows and the small mirrors behind the counter, I thought I saw a flicker of pale skin, the soft shape of someone standing just behind me. I told myself I was just tired, that the night had played tricks on my mind, but when the clock crept past midnight and the cold settled deep into my bones, I felt it again. That same hush in the air, that same quiet promise that the night was not done with me yet. I kept busy, wiping down the counters even though they were already clean, restocking the candy bars in neat, careful rows. I told myself if I kept moving, kept the lights bright and the coffee hot, he would stay away. But part of me knew it would not matter. The night does not care if you are ready or if you are brave. It comes anyway, soft and sure, and it brings the dark with it. At 1 a.m, I heard the soft click of the door locking itself again. My breath caught in my chest, my hands frozen in place on the row of small bright candy wrappers. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my ears, and looked at the door. It was closed tight, the old metal lock glinting faintly in the harsh white light of the store. I did not go to it this time. I stood there, my back against the counter, and I waited. I watched the door, my breath coming in small, shallow gasps, and I listened. Outside, the night was quiet, the soft rustle of the wind the only sound. But in that hush, I thought I heard something else, the slow, patient scrape of bare feet on cold pavement. The quiet sigh of breath that was not mine. I forced myself to move, my legs shaking as I stepped out from behind the counter and walked to the window. I pressed my forehead to the cold glass, the chill of it sharp against my skin, and I looked out at the pumps. They stood silent in the glow of the flickering lights, the concrete slick with frost. And there he was. He was standing by pump 4 again, his pale skin almost luminous in the darkness, his head tilted slightly to the side like he was listening to something I could not hear. His arms hung loose at his sides, his hands empty and still, but I could feel the weight of them, the cold promise of them, even from where I stood. I backed away from the window, my breath fogging the glass in soft, ghostly shapes. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the phone was still dead, the line nothing but a soft, empty hum that filled the quiet like a held breath. I thought about the cameras, the small screens that watched every inch of the store, and I turned to look at them. The flickering images showed nothing but the empty aisles, the quiet, humming chillers, the soft glow of the coffee pot in the corner. No sign of him, no proof of anything. I knew then that whatever he was, he did not belong to the light. He was part of the night, part of the quiet spaces that the cameras could not see, and he had come for me. Not to hurt me, I thought, though the fear was still there, cold and sharp in my chest, but to show me something, to remind me of something I had forgotten, something that lived in the dark and waited for the quiet to return. I went to the back room again, the soft smell of old cardboard and bleach, a small comfort in the hush of the store. I sat on the floor and wrapped my arms around my knees, my head resting against the cold, rough wall. I closed my eyes and listened to the soft sounds of the store around me, the low hum of the freezers, the quiet tick of the old clock on the wall. And beneath it all, the soft, patient sound of the night breathing just outside the door. When the sun rose, the lock clicked open by itself, the small sound like a whisper in the bright light of the morning. I stepped out of the back room, my legs stiff and cold, and I looked out the window. The lot was empty. The pumps stood silent in the early light, the frost melting slowly under the soft glow of the rising sun. I checked the cameras again, my fingers cold and numb on the buttons, but there was nothing. No pale figure by the pumps, no movement in the shadows. Just the quiet of the empty store, the slow, steady breath of the morning filling the spaces where the night had been. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is real or just a piece of the dark that has learned to wear a face. But I know that he will come again. And when he does, I will be here, waiting in the quiet, my breath steady in the dark. The next night, I showed up early, hoping the extra hour would give me a chance to find some kind of calm before the darkness settled in. I busied myself with cleaning and restocking, anything to keep my mind off the steady beat of my own heart and the memory of that pale figure waiting at the edge of the light. The manager had left a note for me, reminding me to check the coffee machine and make sure the shelves were neat. His handwriting was messy and rushed, a scrawl that felt like it belonged to someone who had never stayed past sunset in this place. The store was quiet as the sun dipped below the horizon, the soft glow of the lights painting everything in shades of yellow and gold. Outside, the cold air had turned the windows into mirrors, the reflection of the store bright against the deepening dark. I watched my own face in the glass, pale and tired, the small movements of my hands behind the counter the only sign of life in the stillness. For the first few hours, everything felt normal. A couple of drivers stopped in for coffee, their footsteps heavy on the old tile as they mumbled tired greetings. I tried to meet their eyes, to find something human in the lines of their faces, but they were already gone by the time I looked up from the register. It felt like they were just passing through, pieces of the night that had nothing to do with the quiet weight that pressed in around me. At 1 a.m, I heard the click of the door locking itself. The sound was soft, almost gentle, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I walked to the door and tried the handle, though I already knew what I would find. It was locked tight, the old metal cold under my fingers, the darkness outside thick and waiting. I could feel the breath of it on my skin, the way it pressed close to the glass like a promise. I did not look outside right away. I stood there for a long moment, my hand resting on the handle, the slow beat of my heart the only sound in the quiet. I told myself it was just a door, just a lock. But I could feel the weight of the night beyond the glass, the slow, patient presence of something that had come to see me again. When I finally turned my head to look, he was there, standing by pump 4, his skin pale and smooth in the flickering light. He was as still as ever, his arms hanging loose at his sides, his head tilted slightly as though he was listening to something only he could hear. The cold air wrapped around him like a shroud, the darkness at his back deep and endless. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it sharp and grounding, and I watched him. My breath fogged the window, a small human reminder that I was still there, still alive in the quiet hush of the night. He did not move, did not blink. He just watched, his eyes empty and endless, the soft glow of the lights painting his skin in pale gold. I wanted to speak to him. I wanted to ask why he came, what he was looking for in the quiet spaces of the night. But my voice was caught in my throat, my breath shallow and tight, and all I could do was watch as he stood there, patient and still. The cameras showed nothing. I flicked through the small screens, my fingers cold and stiff on the buttons, but there was only the empty store, the slow dance of the shadows in the soft light. It was like he did not exist in the world the cameras could see, like he was part of the dark itself, slipping between the edges of the light and the spaces where the night waited. I went to the back room again, the soft smell of cardboard and bleach a small comfort in the cold. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, my knees pulled tight to my chest, and I listened to the soft hum of the store around me. I could hear the quiet of the night pressing in, the slow breath of the darkness just outside the thin glass of the door. I do not know how long I sat there, the cold of the floor seeping into my bones, the soft weight of the shadows pressing close. When I finally stood, the first light of the morning was already creeping across the floor, the soft blue of it washing the night away in slow, careful strokes. I went to the window and looked out at the pumps, the frost melting in the dawn light, the pale figure gone like he had never been there at all. I made coffee and sat at the counter, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small human comfort in the quiet of the morning. I watched the sun rise, the soft light turning the windows into mirrors again, and I thought about the night, about the way he watched me, the slow, patient silence of him. And I wondered if he was waiting for something, or if he was just a part of the night itself, a piece of the dark that had learned to wear a face. The door unlocked itself with a soft click, the sound of it a quiet reminder that the day had come. I stood and stretched, the stiffness of the night still in my bones, and I looked at the door. The lock was just metal and glass, but it felt like a promise, a quiet, patient promise that the night would come again, and that he would be there when it did. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is real, or just a shadow that has learned to whisper in the quiet of the night. But I know that when the darkness comes, I will be there, waiting in the hush of the store, my breath steady in the cold. And maybe, just maybe, one night I will find the courage to open the door and see what waits in the dark. I started keeping a small notebook behind the counter, just to have something to do with my hands in the slow hours. At first, I thought it would help calm me down, a way to make the hours pass more gently. But as I filled the pages with small, careful words, I realized I was trying to make sense of the thing that had come to haunt me. Each night, the pale figure at pump 4 became a little more real in my mind, a little closer in the darkness that pressed against the glass. I would write down every small thing I could remember, the way the door locked itself at exactly 1 in the morning, the soft click of the deadbolt like a question I could not answer, the way the air in the store seemed to grow colder, even though the heaters hummed along in the quiet, the way my breath would catch in my chest when I saw him standing there, so still and so pale, the shadows of the night wrapping around him like a cloak. Sometimes I would write about the way the darkness felt, heavy and thick, like water pressing in around me, my own reflection in the glass of the doors nothing but a ghost in the glow of the flickering lights. I would write about the way he stood, his head tilted as if he was listening, though there was never any sound but the low hum of the fridges and the slow, patient beat of my own heart. I tried to remember what it felt like before the nights began to feel like they had teeth, before I started to see the pale figure even in my dreams. I thought about the nights when I would stand behind the counter, half asleep, the quiet of the store nothing more than an empty space between the hours. I tried to remember the way the light felt before it became a shield, the way the dark felt before it began to breathe. But every time I closed my eyes, all I could see was him, standing there, patient and still, the night itself draped around his shoulders. I would wake up gasping, my sheets damp with sweat, my heart hammering in the quiet, and I would tell myself it was just a dream, just a shadow that had learned to wear a face. The next night, I came to work with a small flashlight in my pocket. It was a cheap thing, the plastic cracked near the switch, but the small circle of light felt like a promise. I kept it in my hand as I went through the motions of the shift, the small weight of it a comfort against my palm. The store was quiet, the soft glow of the overhead lights painting everything in gentle gold. Outside, the cold pressed close to the glass, the night thick and silent. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. I heard the soft click of the deadbolt and felt my breath catch, my fingers tightening around the flashlight. I did not go to the window right away. I stood there in the hush of the store, my heart beating slow and heavy, and I waited. When I finally looked, he was there. Just like every night, standing by pump 4, his pale skin almost silver in the glow of the flickering lights. His arms hung loose at his sides, his head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something I could not hear. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it a sharp reminder that I was still here, still alive, and I watched him. He did not move, did not blink, but I thought I saw his chest rise and fall, a slow, patient breath that matched the quiet beat of my own heart. I reached up and switched on the flashlight, the small circle of light cutting through the darkness. I shone it at the window, the beam bright and sharp, but it did nothing. The pale figure did not flinch, did not shy away. He just watched, his empty eyes catching the light and turning it back on me, a quiet, endless question that I could not answer. I backed away from the window, the flashlight shaking in my hand, and I went to the back room. The small space felt safer somehow, the shelves of old cleaning supplies and the soft smell of dust, a small comfort in the quiet. I sat on the floor and closed my eyes, the cold concrete hard under my legs. I listened to the soft hum of the fridges and the slow, steady beat of my own heart, and I tried to believe that the night would end. But even in the quiet, I could feel him there, a shape in the darkness, a breath at the back of my neck, a whisper in the hush of the store. I opened my eyes and stared at the door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the light of the single bulb overhead. They were deeper than they had been the night before, the raw wood pale and splintered, a silent promise that the night was not done with me yet. I stayed there until the first light of dawn crept into the sky, the soft blue of it washing the darkness away inch by inch. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and cold, my breath coming in small, careful gasps. I went to the window and looked out at the pumps, the frost glinting in the early light, the lot empty and silent once more. I do not know what he wants from me. I do not know if he is real or just a piece of the night that has learned to find me in the quiet, but I know that he will come again. And when he does, I will be here, the small flashlight warm in my hand, the soft glow of the morning waiting just beyond the darkness. Because whatever he is, whatever he wants, I have learned that the only way to face him is to stand in the quiet and listen, to let the dark press close and not look away. And maybe, just maybe, to find in the hush of the night a piece of myself that is braver than the fear that waits in the shadows. I did not want to go back. Every part of me told me to call in sick or just never come back at all. But there was something in the quiet of that place, something in the way the night seemed to lean in close to listen, that pulled me back like a thread I could not cut. So when the sun dipped low again and the shadows grew long, I found myself standing at the edge of the old building, the cold of the night pressing close around me. I unlocked the door with shaking hands, the soft jingle of the keys a small human sound in the hush of the evening. The lights flickered on overhead, the hum of the bulbs a familiar comfort, but it felt thin, like a single candle held up against the weight of the dark. I walked through the store, my footsteps echoing in the empty aisles, and I tried to remind myself that I had survived every night so far, that I had seen him and still walked away. But the fear was there, soft and patient, wrapping around my ribs like a cold hand. I busied myself with small things, wiping down the counter even though it was already clean, checking the stock in the back room even though I knew nothing had changed. I kept moving, because standing still felt too much like listening, too much like waiting for the soft knock of something I could not see. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. The sound was soft and familiar, the small click of the deadbolt sliding into place. My breath caught in my chest, my hands curling into fists at my sides. I stood there for a long moment, my eyes on the door, and I told myself that tonight I would be brave, that tonight I would not hide in the back room or turn away from the glass. I walked to the window and looked out at the pumps. The lot was empty except for him, standing by pump 4 just like he always did. The pale glow of the flickering lights painted him in soft gold, his skin smooth and bright against the dark. He stood there so still, so quiet, and I could feel his eyes on me, even though there were no eyes to see. I pressed my hand to the glass, the cold of it sharp against my skin, and I watched him. My breath fogged the window in soft, slow clouds, and I let the quiet of the night settle around me like a shroud. He did not move, he never did, but I could feel the weight of him, the way the darkness seemed to lean in closer, the soft hush of the world holding its breath. I thought about the notebook I had been keeping, the careful scrawl of my own words in the dim light of the store. I thought about how small those words felt now, how thin and fragile against the cold press of the dark. But still, I held them close, because they were mine. My small way of saying I was here, that I had seen him, and I was not afraid to speak his name. I took out the flashlight from my pocket and flicked it on, the small circle of light bright in the dark. I shone it through the window, the beam steady and sure, and I watched the pale figure in the light. He did not flinch, did not blink. He just watched, the glow of the light catching the edges of him like a promise. I spoke then, my voice soft but sure in the quiet. "Why are you here?" The words felt heavy in my mouth, the weight of them settling in the hush of the store. There was no answer, just the soft breath of the night and the slow, patient beat of my own heart. I waited. I let the silence stretch out, the weight of it pressing down on me like the cold of the winter night. I thought I heard something then, a soft sigh or a breath that was not mine, a whisper that slipped through the crack in the door and wrapped around my bones. But when I pressed my ear to the glass, there was nothing, just the quiet and the slow, steady thump of my own pulse. I did not go to the back room. I stayed there by the window, the flashlight warm in my hand, and I watched him. I let the night pass around me, the slow crawl of the hours a quiet ache in my bones. I watched the way the light shifted as the night deepened, the flicker of the bulbs casting long shadows that danced like breath in the dark. When the first light of dawn came, the door unlocked itself with a soft click. I stood there for a long moment, my breath slow and steady, and I looked out at the lot. The pale figure was gone, the pumps empty, and still in the soft glow of the morning. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it sharp and clean, and I let out a breath I had not realized I had been holding. I made coffee and sat at the counter, the warm cup in my hands a small comfort in the hush of the store. I watched the sun rise, the slow wash of light turning the windows to gold, and I thought about the night. About the way he watched me, the way the darkness held him close, and I wondered if maybe he was not waiting for me to be afraid. Maybe he was waiting for me to understand. I do not know what he is. I do not know if he is real or if he is just the shape of the quiet that lives in the spaces between the light. But I know that when the night comes again, I will be here. I will stand at the window with the flashlight in my hand, and I will not look away. Because in the end, that is all any of us can do. Stand in the quiet, face the dark, and let the slow, patient beat of our own hearts remind us that we are still here, still alive, still watching the night. The next night, I arrived at the gas station with a feeling I could not quite name. It was not the same cold dread that had settled in my chest in the nights before. It was something closer to resolve, a quiet understanding that this would be the last time I let him come to me without an answer. I did not know what I would do if he appeared again, but I knew I would not hide. I would not let the quiet swallow me without a word. The store looked the same as always when I unlocked the door. The lights flickered on, washing the shelves in their pale glow. The hum of the refrigerators and the soft drip of the coffee machine filled the small space, a song I had heard so many nights before. But tonight, I did not move through the motions like I was trying to hold the dark at bay. I cleaned the counter because it needed it, restocked the shelves because the day had taken more than I expected. I moved with purpose, not fear, and in the small comfort of those simple tasks, I felt the weight of the night grow just a little lighter. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. The soft click was almost gentle, a quiet promise that the night had come and the darkness was ready to show its face. I turned and faced the door, my breath slow and steady, and I waited. I did not reach for the flashlight. I did not back away. I let the quiet settle around me like a second skin, and I stood there, ready to meet whatever waited on the other side. When I looked out the window, he was there, standing by pump 4, just like always. The flickering light painted him in soft gold, his pale skin almost shining in the cold dark. He was still, so perfectly still, but I could feel the weight of his gaze pressing through the glass. I pressed my hand to the cold window and let the chill of it ground me, the thin barrier between us no longer something to hide behind, but something to bridge. I whispered into the quiet, my voice soft but steady, "I see you." For the first time he moved, just a tilt of his head, a small shift of his shoulders, but it was enough. My breath caught in my chest, but I did not look away. I let him see me, all of me, the fear and the resolve, the small spark of something like defiance that had been growing in my chest since the first night he came. The air in the store felt heavy, thick with the quiet of the night. I could hear the soft hum of the lights, the faint whisper of the wind outside, but underneath it all was something else. A low, patient sound that felt like a breath I could not hear, a voice that had no words but spoke in the hush between heartbeats. It was not a threat, it was not a promise. It was just there, as much a part of the night as the cold and the dark. I stepped back from the window and walked to the door. My hand rested on the handle, the metal cold and solid under my fingers. I could feel the slow, steady beat of my own heart, the quiet strength of it, a small comfort in the hush. I unlocked the door and pulled it open just a crack, the cold air rushing in to wash over me like a breath. The night was so still, so quiet. The figure at the pumps did not move, but I could feel the weight of him in the dark, the way the night seemed to bend around him like it had been waiting for this moment. I stepped out onto the cold concrete, the frost crunching under my shoes, and I stood there in the glow of the flickering lights. For a long moment, nothing moved. The night held its breath, the dark pressing close and quiet. I watched him, my breath slow and steady in the cold air, and I waited. And then, so softly I almost missed it, I saw him fade, the pale glow of his skin dimming, the edges of him blurring into the dark until there was nothing left but the quiet and the cold. I stood there for a long time, the frost biting at my skin, the soft hum of the pumps the only sound in the hush. I felt something ease in my chest, a quiet release of breath I had been holding for too many nights. The night felt empty without him, but it also felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted from the shadows. I walked back inside and locked the door behind me, the small click of the bolt no longer a threat but a promise of safety. I made coffee and watched the first light of dawn creep into the sky, the soft gold of it washing the quiet in gentle warmth. The store felt different in the morning light. Still small, still worn and tired, but no longer a place of fear, just a place where the night had come and gone, and where I had stood and faced it without flinching. The manager came in a few hours later, his smile easy and bright in the soft morning light. He asked how the night had been, and for the first time I did not have to lie. I told him it had been quiet, that everything was as it should be, and as I said the words, I knew they were true. I do not know if he will come again. I do not know if the pale figure was ever really there, or if he was just the shape of my own fear in the quiet hours of the night. But I know that if he does, I will be ready. I will stand in the hush of the store, the soft glow of the lights around me, and I will meet the darkness without turning away. Because the night will always come, and in the quiet spaces it leaves behind, I have learned to stand without fear. To see the dark not as something that waits to swallow me whole, but as something that can be faced, one breath at a time. I hike alone a lot. I know how that sounds, and I get the usual warnings from people: don't go too deep into the back country, keep your phone on, share your location, bring bear spray, all of that. And I do. I take it seriously. I'm not out here trying to be some story people whisper about later. I just like the quiet, being out where everything is still and slow and doesn't ask anything from you. No screens, no emails, just air and trees and time to think. This happened in Oregon, not far from a trailhead I've used before. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live. A decent loop, maybe 12 miles total if you stretch it out by exploring some of the offshoots. I'd gone there a couple of times over the summer and figured it would be a good spot to hit before the weather turned bad. It was a weekday. I took time off work to go, which is part of what made it feel good. Everyone else was probably stuck at their desks, while I had the whole forest to myself. It was a little chilly, but the sky was clear, and I had packed layers, I parked around 10 in the morning, texted my friend that I'd be out of service for a bit, and started in. The first few miles were completely uneventful. There was still dew on the ground and a few birds making noise in the canopy, but nothing unusual. I passed a couple small trail markers and one faded wooden sign I had seen before that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. I had service for the first mile or two, then it dropped off like usual. By the time I was about 6 miles in, I was starting to think about heading back. I was near this little fork where one path slopes uphill into a more densely wooded section, and the other curves down and eventually loops back to the base. I usually take the uphill one because it's quieter and less trafficked, but something made me pause. Not a sound or anything, just a weird sort of stillness, like the air around me had gone flat. And then I saw her. Off to the left side of the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the brush, there was a woman sitting on the ground. She was barefoot, wearing what looked like a loose t-shirt and dark pants. Her head was down, and her hair was hanging in front of her face. At first, I thought maybe she had fallen or gotten lost. She wasn't making any noise, but her shoulders were shaking slightly like she was crying. I froze. I didn't know what to say at first. It was just such a strange thing to see that far out. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't look up, didn't speak, just sat there, shoulders moving in these slow, steady jerks like she was sobbing, but there was no sound. I tried again. "Are you hurt? I can call someone well once I get a signal." Still nothing, no reaction. I glanced back down the trail, thinking maybe she was with someone. Maybe a friend had gone to get help, or maybe she had wandered away from a campsite, but there was no one else around. No sound of footsteps, no backpacks, no gear, nothing. I looked back at her and noticed something that hadn't clicked before. Her feet. They were bare. Yeah, but they weren't dirty. I don't know why that stood out to me. They should have been caked with mud or leaves, or at least looked scratched up, but they were clean, like she had just taken her shoes off a minute ago. Something about that gave me pause. That and the way she wasn't reacting at all. Not to me, not to anything. I told her I was going to try and get a signal, and stepped off the trail in the opposite direction to see if climbing the ridge a little would help. I only got a few steps in before I stopped cold. There was a man crouched behind a fallen log about 20 feet away. He was wearing dark clothes, gloves, a cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, not blinking, not adjusting, just completely still like he had been there a long time. And he was looking at me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared back, waiting for something to shift, for him to stand up, for him to shout, for him to do anything, but he didn't. He just stayed crouched, half hidden behind the log, watching. The woman still hadn't moved. That was the moment I felt it, this heavy, pressurized understanding in my chest that I was not supposed to be here, that this was not what it looked like, that the crying woman was not in trouble. She was bait. I don't remember turning. I don't remember backing away. I just know I ran. Full-on sprinted. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I didn't want to see what else might be in those woods. I didn't stop until I hit the main part of the loop, and even then, I barely slowed down. I kept running until I could see the parking lot through the trees. My legs felt like rubber, and my lungs were burning, but I didn't stop. There were no other cars, just mine. I jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast I almost drove off the shoulder. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station about 30 minutes away, where I finally had enough signal to call the local authorities. I told them everything, where it was, what I saw, what direction I had been heading. The operator said they'd send someone out. I gave them my contact info and waited for them to call back. When they did, a couple hours later, the deputy on the line told me they hadn't found anyone. No woman, no man, no tracks, no signs, no evidence that anyone had been off trail at all. They said it was probably a misunderstanding. Maybe I saw a hiker and panicked. Maybe it was a couple and I spooked them. But I know what I saw. And that night, someone tried my front door handle 4 times. At first, I thought it was just the wind. You know how old buildings are. My front door sometimes creaks or clicks when it's cold, especially if there's a draft under it. But this wasn't that. It wasn't random. It wasn't one soft sound. It was 4 deliberate turns, 4 distinct metallic clinks as someone tried the handle. I was already in bed. It was a little after midnight. I had been lying there for a while, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The whole hike had left me feeling off. Not scared exactly, not until that moment, but unsettled in a way I couldn't shake. Like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see, and somehow brought a piece of it back with me. When I heard the sound, I sat up immediately, just froze, didn't breathe. My bedroom faces the back of the house, but I could picture the layout in my head perfectly. The front door is right off the main hallway, just 2 rooms away. I waited, heart pounding hard in that dry, empty way, and counted the clicks again. 1. Pause. 2. Slightly longer pause. 3, 4. Each one slower than the last. Like whoever was out there didn't want to open the door all at once, like they were testing it, trying to feel how far the latch would go, if it was locked, if it was going to give. I got up as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside slanted in through the curtain just enough to see shapes, the outline of my coat on the hook, the curve of the table by the wall, the frame of the door. Nothing moved. I don't own a gun, never really saw the point. I had pepper spray somewhere, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I ended up grabbing this heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. Dumb, I know. Like I was going to fight someone off with a lamp, but it made me feel less helpless. I waited there for a long time, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't move, didn't hear anything else. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. I called the sheriff's department again. I gave them my case number from the day before and told them what happened during the night. The woman on the phone sounded polite but tired. She said someone would swing by to make a report. I waited all day, but no one came. By the time it got dark again, I had barricaded the door with a chair and a piece of plywood from the shed. I put it up against the inside and wedged it behind the table. Was it excessive? Yeah, maybe. But I couldn't shake what I had seen in the woods. The stillness of that woman, the crouching man with the gloves, the silence between them. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and peek through the peephole. No one. No cars, no footsteps fading down the street. Nothing. I checked the locks again. Top deadbolt still secure. Bottom knob untouched. The little chain across the frame still in place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had left even one of those unlocked, I wouldn't be standing there. That I'd be gone. Or worse, not gone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the lamp still in my lap and the hallway light on, staring at the door like it might come to life. The next morning, I checked the outside, walked around the porch, looked for footprints. There wasn't anything obvious, but the dirt under the steps looked a little off, like it had been shifted. No shoe prints, no boot treads, just a soft sort of indentation, like someone had stood there and rocked slightly back and forth. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just two people in the wrong place. I started trying to look things up, missing person reports, weird incidents in national forests, anything that might explain what I saw. I went through pages and pages of headlines, some recent, some from years ago. A few stories matched parts of it. People who went missing while hiking, strange disappearances, unidentifiable remains found deep in remote areas, but nothing exact. Nothing with that specific combination of bait and ambush. But there were enough of them that it started to feel like a pattern. Most of the people who vanished were solo hikers. Most were reported missing days later, when no one had heard from them. Some were never found. Some were recovered far from where they were last seen. A few left behind strange notes or voicemails. Most had no warning at all. I started wondering if anyone else had seen what I had. If anyone had ever reported a woman sitting barefoot off the trail, crying without making a sound. If anyone else had turned away and seen the man waiting behind the log. What if they hadn't run? That question stayed with me. What if they stepped closer? What if they tried to help? What if I had? I called the sheriff's department again the next day. This time I got a different person. I asked for an update. The guy didn't sound like he knew what I was talking about. I gave him my name, my address, the trail I was on, the report number. He put me on hold for a long time, then came back and said it must still be under review. He didn't have any new info. Said if there were no signs of criminal activity, they might just close it out. I asked him if anyone else had reported anything from that area. He said no. I asked if they ever patrolled that trail or sent drones out there. He paused for a second, then said not, unless there was an active emergency or a call for help. That forest covered a lot of ground, not enough staff to monitor every stretch. So I thanked him and hung up. I stared at the front door for a long time after that, wondering if the man had followed me back, wondering if I had somehow led him here, or if maybe he already knew where I lived before I ever set foot on that trail. Because the part that keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw. It's the feeling I had when I looked at her. The woman didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting. I kept trying to move on like it hadn't happened. That's what you do, right? You tell yourself it was weird, but not dangerous. You tell yourself maybe it was some strange misunderstanding. Some local couple messing around, or someone filming a prank video, or testing some experimental art thing out in the woods. Anything that makes it smaller, less serious. But I didn't believe that. I couldn't. It wasn't just the silence, or the way they were positioned, or the gloves. It was everything together, the timing, the distance from the trail. The way she didn't look at me, not even once. The way the man didn't flinch when I saw him, like he didn't care, like he expected to be seen eventually, and had already decided how it would go. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I had taken another step toward her, or if I hadn't noticed him behind the log. That part still sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. I didn't go outside for a few days after the door handle thing. I worked from home, turned down invitations, barely even went near the windows after dark. I told myself I was being smart, careful, that it was just temporary, but deep down I knew it was fear. Not the kind that fades after a bad dream, the kind that crawls into your routines and starts shaping your decisions without asking. A week passed, no more knocks, no more handle rattles, no more strange cars parked out front. For a while, I convinced myself maybe it really was over, that maybe I had panicked and whoever was out there had moved on, that it had nothing to do with the woman, or the man, or the trail. Then I got the call. It was from a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something about the timing made me pick up. There was a pause at first, just silence on the other end. I almost hung up. But then a voice came through, a man's voice, calm, flat. He said, "You shouldn't have run." That's all. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't threatening exactly. There was no shouting, no rage, just that awful calmness. The kind that means they don't need to scare you, because they already know you're scared. I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen like it might explain something. My hands were shaking, but it took a while to realize it. I went into the call log and took a screenshot, even though there was no number listed, just unknown. I reported it, obviously, called the police again, gave them the whole thing, the woods, the people, the door handle, now the call. They told me to file an official report in person. I did. They asked if I had any video evidence, any threats, anything I could actually hand over. I told them no, just the feeling that someone was watching me, just the voice. They took down the information, gave me a case number, and said they'd follow up if anything else happened. That was the last I heard from them. I started changing my habits after that, swapped out my morning walk for a treadmill, took a different route to the grocery store, covered the peephole on my door, put tape over the webcam on my laptop. Stuff that maybe looks paranoid from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. I also stopped hiking. That was the hardest part. The outdoors had always been my reset button, the thing I did when my brain got too loud, and now it felt like that space had been taken from me, tainted. Not because of the woods themselves, but because of what had been waiting in them, watching from the edge. One night, I couldn't sleep again. It was 2 a.m, and I was sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea and a news tab open on my laptop. I wasn't really reading, just scrolling, trying to feel connected to something that made sense. I don't even know why I did it, but I searched for reports again, not just missing hikers this time, but arrests, human trafficking, suspicious activity in remote areas. It felt like grasping at smoke, but I needed to find something, some piece that made the whole thing feel real in a way that people would believe. That's when I found a story. It was local, published 3 years ago. Brief, barely a few paragraphs long. A man had been arrested for attempting to abduct a woman from a state park in southern Oregon. She had been hiking alone and was approached by someone who claimed his friend needed help. When she followed him off the trail, another man had been waiting behind a tree. She saw him just in time, ran, and flagged down another hiker near the parking area. The police caught one of them later, but the second man disappeared. The article mentioned that there had been similar incidents in other areas but didn't elaborate. No names, no charges filed. Just a single arrest and a vague comment from a ranger about possible trafficking activity. That word trafficking hit me harder than I expected, not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. It made too much sense. The gloves, the silence, the location, the bait. I tried finding more about the story, looked up court records, local blogs, forums, nothing else. It had all gone quiet after the arrest. Like someone had shut it down, or no one cared enough to follow up. I started thinking again about how clean her feet were, how she hadn't looked up, how still she was, like she wasn't acting scared, like she wasn't acting at all. Maybe she had done it before. Maybe that was her role. The scariest part isn't the idea that it was some random attack. The scariest part is the possibility that it wasn't random at all, that it was a system, a routine, something organized and practiced and deliberate, that they weren't just hoping someone would show up. They were waiting for someone like me, someone alone, someone curious, someone kind enough to stop. I don't know why they didn't follow through. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe because I saw him too early. Maybe because they realized I wasn't going to play along. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a trial run. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of the door handle turning. And I wonder if they're still out there, just waiting for the next person to stop and ask, "Are you okay?" It's strange what your brain starts doing when it doesn't feel safe in your own home. Every sound becomes a pattern. Every shadow feels deliberate. You stop trusting doors to stay shut and windows to stay locked, even when you've checked them twice, maybe especially then. After the call, the one with the man saying, "You shouldn't have run," I started sleeping with my phone recording. Not video, just audio. I'd set it on the nightstand and hit record before bed. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, that I just needed proof in case something happened. But really, I think I wanted to know if something was happening when I was asleep. The first few nights were nothing but hours of silence, punctuated by the occasional toss of a blanket or a creak from the floor. But the fourth night, around 3 a.m, there was a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, barely louder than a whisper, but it was there. 3 slow knocks. Not on the front door, not on any wall. It sounded like they came from inside the house. I replayed it a dozen times, tried to isolate it, boosted the audio, ran it through some free filter software. Same result every time. 3 knocks, not aggressive, not urgent. Just testing, like they were checking to see if I would respond. I didn't. I packed a bag the next morning and stayed with an old co-worker for the weekend. I didn't tell her much. Just said there had been someone prowling around my place, and I didn't feel comfortable being alone. She didn't ask questions. We watched movies, made pancakes, played cards. It felt normal, safe, and for a little while, I almost convinced myself that the whole thing was in my head. But when I got home, I found something wedged between the front screen door and the main one. It was a scrap of paper, torn, like it had been ripped from a notebook, folded twice, nothing written on it, just blank. Except it wasn't. When I turned it in the light, I saw it had been pressed into with something sharp, a knife maybe, or a pen without ink. Just enough pressure to leave a shallow impression. It said, "We wait." Not signed, not dated, just that, 2 words. I put the paper in a Ziploc bag and stored it in the freezer, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't want it out in the open, but I didn't want to throw it away either. That felt too final, like I might need it later. I stopped calling the police. It was clear they weren't going to do anything unless I had video of someone standing on my porch with a crowbar. And even then, maybe not. I get it in a way. I don't have a face. I don't have a license plate. Just feelings and impressions and a story that sounds like a campfire tale. I started doing more research, late night scrolling through news articles and Reddit threads and amateur investigation blogs. I found more than I expected. Stories that didn't get picked up by the major outlets. Local forums where people talked about weird things happening in remote areas, missing hikers, abandoned campsites, equipment left behind like someone just walked away mid-meal. But there was one post that stuck with me. It was short. A user claiming they had gone camping near a river in central Oregon, woke up around 2 in the morning, and saw what they thought was a woman standing just outside their tent, barefoot, not speaking. Just standing there. They didn't unzip the tent, just waited, frozen, until she walked away. The comments were the usual mix of skepticism and jokes, but one reply caught my eye. Someone said they had seen something similar in a different park 3 years earlier. Same details, barefoot woman. No words, just watching. That's when it hit me. It wasn't random, it was repeated. Not the same people maybe, not the same woods, but the same setup, the same bait. I started keeping notes, dates, places, names when I could find them. I wasn't trying to solve anything. I'm not a detective. I just didn't want to feel powerless anymore. One night I mapped them out, pinned every story I could find that matched the pattern, even loosely. Oregon, Washington, Northern California, all along forest corridors. All within a few miles of lesser-known trails. Not the major tourist loops, the smaller ones, the ones where people go to be alone. It looked like a network. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain needed to see it, but it didn't feel random, and it didn't feel like something one person could do alone. And then something weird happened. Nothing. No calls, no knocks, no notes. Days passed, then a week, then another. My anxiety didn't go away, but it shifted. It went from dread to confusion, like waiting for a punch that never lands. It almost felt worse. I went back to the trailhead. I know how that sounds, and maybe it was reckless, but I had to see it again, not to confront anyone, not to go deep. Just to stand there at the edge and see if the world still looked the same. I didn't hike in, just parked and stood near the sign, the one with the faded letters and the carved initials from 100 past visitors. The forest looked normal, beautiful even. The light filtered through the trees the same way it always had. Birds chirped. Wind moved gently through the branches. It didn't feel haunted. It felt empty. Too empty. There were no cars in the lot besides mine. No fresh footprints in the dirt. No wrappers. No signs that anyone had been through recently. Like they had moved on. Or like the trail had served its purpose. I got back in my car and locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, staring into the tree line. I didn't see her. I didn't see him. But I didn't expect to. Because I'm starting to think it doesn't work that way. They don't come to you unless you don't know what's happening. That's the point. It's the not knowing that makes you vulnerable. And now that I know even just a little, I think that means I'm not the one they want anymore. Which is almost a relief. Almost. Except it also means they're looking for someone else. After that trip back to the trailhead, I didn't sleep well for a long time. I kept thinking I would feel better, that standing there again would give me some kind of closure, but it didn't. It just reminded me that the trail was still there, that nothing had changed except me. The forest hadn't closed. There weren't warning signs. No patrol cars parked nearby. It was still just another hiking route to most people. Still listed on all the travel blogs and outdoor forums like nothing had ever happened there. And maybe nothing did. Not officially. That part bothered me more than I thought it would. The way something can almost happen and then just vanish. Like it was designed not to leave a mark. No reports, no missing person flyers, no bodies. No noise, just enough to make you question it. It made me start noticing things in a different way. People mostly. Small things. Like the guy who lingered too long near a women's restroom at a rest stop. Or the couple who walked a little too far apart on a downtown sidewalk, the woman looking down while the man talked and never turned his head. I know I sound paranoid. I hear it even as I say it. But once you start seeing people as possible threats instead of background noise, it's hard to go back. I tried explaining it to a friend one night. Not everything, just a version of it. I said I had come across something strange while hiking, and it had shaken me up. She asked what I meant by strange. I gave her pieces, said I saw a woman crying off trail, and a man nearby who felt wrong, and that I left fast. I didn't mention the gloves, or the phone call, or the knocks. I just wanted to see if the bare bones of the story would make sense to someone else. She listened quietly, nodded, said it was probably just a squatter, or maybe someone having a mental health crisis in the woods. Happens more than people realize. She said I probably did the right thing by leaving, but that I shouldn't let one weird encounter ruin something I loved. I nodded too. Then I changed the subject. She meant well, but it was obvious she didn't really believe there was more to it, and maybe that's why this works. Because people don't expect others to lie in the dirt and wait behind logs with gloves on. Because we still give the benefit of the doubt when someone's crying alone. Because we assume in the best way that someone needs help and that we should offer it. And sometimes we're right. But sometimes we're not. I started locking everything at night in a kind of ritual, not just doors and windows. I would check under the bed, inside the closet, behind the shower curtain. I would look out the peephole for a full minute before I went to sleep, just standing there, listening. There were no more calls, no more knocks, no more notes. But I still didn't feel alone. I went back through my phone at one point and found the original photo I took of the trailhead sign back when I first arrived that day. I zoomed in on it, not really knowing why, just searching for something. Maybe a shape in the trees, a reflection in the glass of my car, but there was nothing, no figures, no clues. But I did notice something else. The timestamp. I remembered arriving at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning. I had checked the clock in my car. I remember thinking I had plenty of time before sundown, but the photo was marked 9:38. I checked the camera app settings, checked the system clock on my phone. Everything looked normal. So why was there a 30-minute gap? I know that doesn't sound like much. Phones glitch. GPS sync can lag. Maybe I bumped a setting at some point, but it still sat wrong with me. That 30-minute gap between what I remembered and what the phone recorded. What if I didn't leave right after I saw the man? What if I waited a little longer than I thought? What if I lost time? I don't remember anything like that. There's no blank space in my memory, no blackout. But it made me wonder if that whole experience had been longer than I realized. If maybe I had stood there longer than I thought, frozen, trying to decide whether to help her, whether to step off the trail. I'll never know. And I think that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the paranoia, the not knowing, the silence after something that should have echoed. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the local news. Every few days I'd scroll through the police blotter, the local arrest logs, the missing persons reports. I even signed up for alerts from a couple of trail safety apps, just in case something came up near that area. Nothing ever did. Not even close. The closest thing I ever found was a small notice on a community bulletin board from a nearby town. It said a local volunteer group was looking for people to help clean up neglected trails and offshoot paths in the area. It was phrased like a call to service. Help us restore our forests, reconnect with nature. One of the trails listed was mine. It felt like a joke, or a dare, or maybe just a coincidence. But I took a screenshot anyway and saved it to the same folder where I kept the audio files, the blank paper, the screenshot of the blocked call. It's a strange little folder, tucked between work documents and grocery lists and receipts, but it's there, just in case. I haven't hiked since. I want to. I really do. Sometimes I even lace up my boots and sit on the edge of the bed, just staring at the floor. But I can't quite make myself go. Because I know how easy it is to walk just a few feet off the trail. And I know how quickly something can go wrong. And I know now how people can disappear without a trace. Not because they weren't strong, not because they were careless, but because someone out there was waiting for them to care. Just enough to stop. Eventually, I knew I had to talk to someone, not a friend, not family, someone who wouldn't try to smooth it over or wave it away. I found a therapist a few towns over. I picked her because her website didn't feel like it was trying too hard to sell me anything. It just said she worked with trauma, anxiety, people who had experienced something unusual and were having trouble putting it down. That last part got me. I didn't tell her the full story right away, just parts. I said I saw something in the woods that unsettled me, that I was having trouble feeling safe again, even though nothing had technically happened. I told her about the door handle, the phone call, the strange silences, but I left out the details about the man behind the log and the way the woman sat without blinking. She didn't laugh, she didn't even blink, just asked questions, measured ones. She asked how long I had felt like someone was watching me, if I had experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of panic, of sleep problems, of memory loss. I said no, because it was true. She asked if I thought I was in danger now, and I didn't know how to answer that. That was the hardest part, the thing I kept coming back to, not knowing, because nothing ever came from it. No follow-up, no knock at the door in the middle of the night, no second photo. No sign that I was still being watched, just a long, drawn-out silence. And yet, I still kept checking. Every night, I would go through the same routine, lock the doors, check the windows, turn off the lights, then sit in the dark and listen, not for anything in particular, just in case. She asked me once what the worst-case scenario was, the thing I believed deep down, even if I didn't say it out loud. And I told her that it wasn't random, that it wasn't just some deranged couple in the woods or a stalker with too much time on his hands, that it was organized, practiced, that the woman was part of it, that she had been doing it for a while, and that the man behind the log wasn't alone, that there were others, maybe not in the woods that day, but somewhere nearby, watching, learning, waiting for someone to take the bait. She didn't argue, just nodded once and wrote something down. A few weeks later, I started to sleep again. Not all night, not every night, but enough to feel my shoulders drop a little when I walked through the door. Enough to stop flinching at every creak in the floor. I even started walking again. Not hiking, not yet, but around the neighborhood, middle of the day, sun high, people out mowing lawns and kids biking on sidewalks. I told myself I would go a little farther each week, that I would start rebuilding the muscle of trust, not in people exactly, but in places, in sidewalks and porches and open windows that did not mean danger. And slowly, it started to work. I got back into some routines. I started reading again. I cooked real meals instead of frozen ones. I even made plans to travel for work, which I hadn't done since everything happened. Then one morning, months after it all started, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address, no name, just my address written in careful block letters. It wasn't a bill. It wasn't junk. It was thick, like it had something inside besides paper. I sat there holding it for a long time, just staring. Eventually, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not of me, not of my house, not of the trail. It was a photo of another person. A man, middle-aged, standing on a rocky path near a tree line. His back was to the camera. He had a backpack on, one foot just off the edge of the trail. The kind of moment you catch right before someone disappears into the woods. On the back, someone had written a date. That date was 3 days ago. I checked the news, checked social media, checked local missing persons bulletins. Nothing came up. No alerts, no calls for help, no family members posting his face on Facebook. No signs of anyone looking for him yet. But I knew what this was. I took the envelope to the police. I sat in the small beige room with a detective who looked more tired than suspicious. I told him everything. From the trail to the woman, to the man behind the log, to the phone call, the door handle, the note, the photograph. He took notes, asked me to leave the photo and envelope. He said they would look into it. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I realized, walking out of that building, that I had done the one thing I hadn't done since the beginning. I handed it off. I let it go. Not because I think I'm safe now, not because I think it's over, but because I know I was never supposed to fix it. I was just someone who walked too far down the wrong trail and saw something I wasn't meant to see. That happens sometimes. You stumble across something. You don't get answers. You don't get closure. You just get out. And that has to be enough. It is for me. Because I've stopped waiting for them to come back. I've stopped asking why the woman didn't move, or why the man had gloves, or how they found my address. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some things aren't puzzles. They're warnings. And if you're lucky, you walk away before the question ever turns into a consequence. I was lucky. I ran, and I never went back. I was born in the year 2000 in a small town in northeast Ohio. Our house was nothing special, just a little ranch with 3 bedrooms, all on one floor. It was quiet, with a fenced-in yard and a tiny driveway that always had oil stains on the concrete. It was just me and my mom. My dad left when I was a baby. I never knew him, and my mom didn't talk about him much. She was a good mom. I remember her always being tired, but she never made me feel like a burden. She worked at this local restaurant in the center of town. A real old-school kind of place with peeling red booths and coffee that smelled burnt. She worked there for years, always came home smelling like syrup and bacon grease. At night, we'd eat dinner in front of the television, usually something like spaghetti or boxed mac and cheese. Afterward, she'd tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and say, "I love you, sweetheart." It was routine. It was safe. At least it felt safe. I think I was around 6 or 7 the first time it happened. I'd already been tucked in, the lights turned off. My room was never completely dark because the hallway light stayed on, just barely filtering in through the crack under the door. I remember lying on my side facing the wall, waiting for sleep to take me. Then I heard the floor creak. Not the usual creak you hear from an old house settling either. This was close, right beside my bed. I held my breath, listening. Then I heard it, breathing, slow, steady, right underneath me. At first I thought I imagined it. I leaned over the side of the bed, slowly, my little fingers gripping the edge of the blanket. I whispered, "Mom." Nothing. Just the sound of breathing, soft and deep. Then there was a little giggle, not playful, not harsh, just off, like someone trying to sound happy but forgetting how. A few seconds passed, and then she crawled out from under the bed. She didn't seem startled or ashamed. She just looked up at me with this tired smile and said, "Go to sleep, sweetheart. Mommy's here." Then she stood and walked out of the room. I stared after her, confused, my heart pounding so hard it felt like I had swallowed it. But nothing else happened that night. I fell asleep eventually, more from exhaustion than comfort. The next night, it happened again. Same routine. She tucked me in, kissed my forehead, turned off the light. I heard her footsteps leave the room. Then a minute later, I heard the sound of someone crawling. Hands and knees against the floorboards. The mattress shifted just slightly. and then that breathing again. I didn't say anything that time. I just stayed very still, staring up at the ceiling. I think I told myself it was just a game, that maybe she was trying to be funny in her own weird way. But she never laughed, never said anything, just breathed. This started happening every night. For a while I tried to believe it was normal. She still made my lunch, still read with me, still helped me with homework. But bedtime became a ritual I dreaded. Every night, she'd tuck me in, walk out, and then crawl under my bed like some quiet animal settling in. As the weeks passed, she started doing other things. At first, it was just tapping. From under the bed, she'd knock on the wood beneath my mattress, always in patterns. Sometimes 3 slow taps, then 2 faster ones, then 4 heavy ones. It was never the same twice. Sometimes it sounded like a rhythm or a song. Other times it felt random and strange, like some kind of code. I never figured it out. If I shifted or sat up, the tapping would stop instantly. I'd lie back down and wait. After a few seconds, it would start again, like she was watching me, testing me. A few times I felt her looking at me, not from the side of the bed, but from the foot of it. One night, I got brave and peeked over the blanket toward the edge. I saw her face there, half hidden in shadow, just one eye visible, reflecting the soft light from the hallway. She didn't blink, didn't smile, just watched. I didn't scream. I should have, but I didn't. I rolled back over and pulled the covers over my head. My heart was slamming in my chest, and I remember holding my breath so long I almost passed out. I started sleeping badly. I was always tired during the day. I would try to take naps on the living room couch after school, telling my mom I just liked watching cartoons in there. She never asked questions. But at night, I'd go back to my room, and she'd still be there, waiting under the bed. A couple of times I tried getting out of bed after she crawled under. I thought if I walked out fast enough, maybe I could make it to the living room. But every time I moved, her hand would grab my ankle. Not hard, just enough to stop me, enough to freeze me in place. Then that giggle again, light and distant, like it didn't belong to her at all. I wanted to ask her about it, but how do you even say something like that to your mom? How do you tell someone that you're afraid of them when they make your lunch and hug you every day? Still, one day I tried. We were doing a puzzle together in the living room. I remember it was a picture of a lighthouse, and I couldn't get the sky pieces to fit right. I wasn't looking at her when I asked, "Why do you sleep under my bed sometimes?" She paused, just for a second, then she laughed, like it was the most ridiculous thing I had ever said. "Oh, buddy, I don't do that. You must be having silly dreams." I looked up. She smiled at me. But that night, the tapping was louder and faster, and it didn't stop, not even when I sat up. It kept going until I finally lay back down, heart pounding, eyes wide open in the dark. That was the night I realized it was not a game. It never had been. After that night, everything changed. I started sleeping with the blanket pulled tight over my head, even in the summer when the room felt like an oven. I figured if I could just hide, stay still, maybe she would forget I was there. Maybe she would stop. But she never did. The tapping became part of every night, always after she tucked me in and left. I would hear her crawl across the floor, slow and steady, then the bed would shift slightly, and the tapping would begin. Some nights it was gentle, like a lullaby played out in dull knocks. Other nights it was frantic and sharp, like she was trying to wake something up. The pattern never repeated. I listened carefully, hoping to find meaning, like maybe if I figured it out, she would stop. But it was always just out of reach, always strange and broken. I started dreading bedtime so much, I would pretend to fall asleep on the couch. I would lie there with the television playing quietly, and my back to her as she cleaned up dinner or folded laundry. Sometimes she would let me stay. Other times she would shake my shoulder gently and whisper, "Time for bed, sweetheart." I hated that moment, the softness in her voice, because I knew what it really meant. It meant she would be there again, under the bed, watching, tapping. At school, I was always tired. My teachers noticed. and one of them even called my mom once. I remember sitting in the kitchen while she talked on the phone, watching her face go blank as she listened. She nodded a lot, gave soft sounds, and then laughed, saying something like, "He's just having trouble sleeping, that's all. Growing pains, maybe." When she hung up, she looked at me and smiled the way she always did, like nothing was wrong, like we were just normal. But we were not normal. By the time I was 8, I had stopped looking under the bed. I refused to even let my foot dangle over the edge. I stayed curled up in the middle, perfectly still, night after night. I told myself she wouldn't hurt me, that whatever she was doing, it wasn't meant to scare me. But I didn't believe it. Not really. Deep down, I knew something was wrong. Not just with what she was doing, but with her. Something had shifted, and I could feel it in the way she looked at me sometimes. Her eyes lingered too long. Her smile seemed like they belonged to someone else. There was one night, I remember it clearly, when I woke up to silence. No tapping, no breathing, just silence. At first I thought maybe it had finally stopped. Maybe she had finally left me alone. But then I saw her face, right at the edge of the bed, her chin just barely resting on the mattress, eyes wide open, staring at me. No expression, no blink. Just watching. I did not move. I did not speak. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. After a minute, she slowly slid backward, disappearing into the dark beneath the bed. I did not sleep that night. I did not even close my eyes. When I tried to bring it up again, she laughed it off like before, said I was dreaming, said kids have wild imaginations. But that night, I heard her whispering, not to me, to someone else. I could not make out the words, not clearly, but I heard the rhythm of it, a steady stream of quiet murmurs, like she was having a calm conversation with someone just a few inches below me. It went on for hours. I buried my face in the pillow and cried, but I did not make a sound. It was not every night that something new happened. Some nights, she just lay there quietly, no tapping, no whispering, just the sound of her breathing, soft and steady, like she was sleeping. I almost preferred those nights, almost. But the worst part was that during the day, she was still the same. She still helped with my homework, still made grilled cheese sandwiches the way I liked them, still called me her little buddy. I would watch her cook dinner, hum along with the radio, and I would feel like I was going insane, like I was the one making it up, because no one could be both things at once. No one could be that normal in the light, and that terrifying in the dark. I started counting down the minutes to sunrise. I would lie awake, staring at the glow from the hallway, waiting for the light to change, for the birds to start chirping. That was the only time I felt safe. When the sun was up, she stayed out of my room. She acted like nothing had ever happened, and I let her, because I did not know what else to do. When I turned 9, I asked if I could sleep on the couch permanently. I told her I liked it better, that it felt cooler in the summer. She said no. Said I needed a real bed, that the couch would mess up my back. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her I knew she was lying, but I could not. I just nodded and went back to my room that night. That was the night I tried to sleep with the lights on. I left the hallway light and the lamp by my desk burning, hoping maybe the brightness would scare her away. But it didn't. She still came. Still crawled under, still tapped the mattress, only this time she giggled louder, longer, like she was laughing at me. The next morning, the bulb in the desk lamp was shattered. I asked her about it and she said she had not touched it, that maybe it blew out on its own. She shrugged it off, like it was no big deal. I did not believe her. I stopped trying to fight it after that. I just gave up. I would lie there each night, silent, eyes wide open, listening to her settle in underneath me. I would try not to breathe too loud. Try not to move, because I knew she was waiting, watching. And every once in a while I would hear her whisper something, just a few words, almost too soft to catch. But I swear one night I heard her say it clearly. Not yet. He is still too small. I never asked her about it. I didn't want to know what it meant. I just lay there, shaking, and prayed for morning. By the time I turned 10, I had stopped pretending I was imagining things. I knew what was happening. I could not explain it, and I could not prove it, but I knew it was real. Every night, she would tuck me in, say good night, and then crawl under my bed. Every night, the tapping would start, the whispers would come. And sometimes, she would just lie there, breathing softly in the dark. There was a pattern to it, something about the way she waited, the way she would not come out unless I called her name. It felt like a rule, like she was pretending to be normal only until I broke the silence. I never called for her again. I never leaned over the edge to see if she was there. I did not have to. I always knew. At school, I began to feel separate from everything, like I was floating through days that did not belong to me. My friends would talk about video games and birthday parties, and I would nod and laugh when I was supposed to, but my thoughts were always back in that room, back in that bed, waiting for the sound of her crawling hands and knees, the slight shift of the mattress, the quiet breath beneath me. I became good at hiding it, smiling when I needed to, answering questions in class, acting like nothing was wrong. My mom helped with that. She was still the perfect mother in the daylight. Still made pancakes on Saturdays and walked with me to the bus stop. Still hugged me when I had nightmares, even though I never told her what they were about. It made everything worse, somehow, knowing that no one would believe me, that no one would think anything was strange about her, not even me sometimes. I started to wonder if maybe something was wrong with me instead. Maybe I was the one who was sick. But then something happened that changed everything. One night I woke up to the sound of tapping. That was normal by then. I was used to it. I stared at the ceiling, counting the knocks, trying to guess the pattern. 3, then 4, then 3 again. But then I heard something else, a voice. It was not hers. It was deep and slow, muffled like it was coming from under the floorboards. I could not understand the words, but I could feel them. Heavy, cold. It spoke once, paused, then again. Each time, I felt the mattress tremble just slightly beneath me. I did not move. I did not breathe. I just listened, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. Then her voice answered, soft and gentle, the way she always spoke to me when she was tucking me in. I could not hear the words, but I knew she was speaking to it, whatever it was. They talked for what felt like hours, low and quiet and calm, like two old friends passing secrets. When morning came, everything felt different. The air in the house was heavier. My mom looked tired, more than usual. Her eyes were red, and her smile seemed forced. She made breakfast, but her hands trembled when she poured the orange juice. I asked her if she was feeling okay, and she smiled and said she just did not sleep well. That was all. I did not ask anything else. That day I started planning. I needed to find a way to stay out of my room, for good. I knew she would not let me sleep on the couch every night, but maybe I could convince her to let me move my bed into the living room. Or maybe I could fake being sick and sleep at a friend's house. Anything to get away. But I never got the chance. A few weeks after I turned 11, my mom told me she had a surprise for me. She sat me down at the kitchen table and said I was old enough now, old enough to have some privacy. Then she handed me a little brass key and pointed to the hallway. It was for my bedroom door. She told me it was important to learn responsibility, that locking my door at night would help me feel more grown up. I nodded and thanked her, trying to hide the way my hands shook. That night I locked the door. It was the first time in years I had felt even a little bit safe. I still lay awake, listening, but she did not come in. I did not hear the door creak open. I did not hear her crawl across the floor. No tapping, no breathing, just silence. The next night was the same, and the next, after almost 5 years of her crawling under my bed, it just stopped. She stopped. I should have felt better. I should have been relieved, but I was not. I was scared. Scared of what changed. Scared of why she suddenly stopped after all that time. Part of me wondered if she had been waiting for me to reach a certain age, if the key meant something more than privacy, if locking her out was exactly what she wanted. Still, I used it, every night, I locked my door, curled up in bed, and waited for morning. I never heard her again. I never saw her face at the foot of the bed, but I never forgot. The distance between us started to grow. I still loved her. I still said thank you and hugged her and helped clean up after dinner. But I kept my door locked every night, and she never asked why. It was like we had made some unspoken agreement. She stayed out, and I pretended not to notice. Years passed. The fear dulled, but it never left. I stopped thinking about it every day, but certain things would bring it back. A creak in the floor, a whisper too quiet to understand, the sound of tapping in a song on the radio, and always at night, when the house was quiet and the lights were off, I would wonder if she was still there, just on the other side of the door, waiting. I never told anyone. Not friends, not teachers, not even the girl I dated in high school. It stayed locked inside me, just like my bedroom door. Just like the part of me that still woke up sometimes in the middle of the night, expecting to see her face staring up from the foot of the bed. And even though she never came back into my room, I still heard her sometimes. Walking down the hallway after I had gone to bed. Stopping at my door. Waiting. But she never tried to come in again. She never had to. Time has a way of dulling things. After I turned 12, the fear that once lived in my chest every night began to fade into something else. It did not go away, not really, but it changed. It became a scar I carried quietly, a story I never told. I locked my bedroom door every night until I moved out at 18. I never saw her under the bed again, never heard her tapping. But I always felt the weight of it, like something had happened to me that I was not supposed to remember, but could never quite forget. My mom stayed the same in a lot of ways. She worked hard, cooked, smiled when she was tired, and kissed me on the cheek when I left for school. She bought me a used car when I graduated, and cried when I drove off to college. I told myself she had gotten better. That maybe it had all been some kind of episode, a period of mental illness she had recovered from without ever admitting it. Or maybe I was the one who had imagined it, crafted some twisted fantasy in the mind of a lonely, scared child. I believed that for a long time. I had to. I went years without thinking about the tapping or the giggle or the way she whispered to someone I never saw. I went years pretending I had grown up in a house just like everyone else, quiet, normal, safe. She got sick when I was 21. She called me one afternoon and said the doctors had found something. At first, she made it sound like no big deal. Just a shadow on a scan, just a precaution. But within a few months, the truth became impossible to ignore. It was cancer, the kind that spreads fast, the kind that steals your breath before you know what is happening. I moved back home to take care of her. The house had not changed much. The same peeling linoleum in the kitchen, the same faint scent of cinnamon from the candles she always liked. My old room was still the same too, same bed, same worn-out desk. I did not sleep there. I slept on the couch, claiming the bed hurt my back. She never pushed me on it. During the day, she was quiet, sometimes confused, sometimes sharp and clear. She would drift in and out of sleep while I cleaned, cooked, read to her. The medications dulled her. There were moments she did not know where she was, moments where she would stare down the hallway and whisper things I could not understand. One night, I sat by her bed while she slept. The room was dim, lit only by the lamp in the corner. She had been out of it for hours, her breathing slow and shallow. I was reading, not really focused, just turning pages to stay awake. Then I felt her hand wrap around my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Her eyes were open, locked on mine. For a second I could not breathe. Her voice was hoarse, but her words were clear. "I kept you safe, you know. You were never alone at night." I stared at her, waiting for more, but she closed her eyes and drifted off again like nothing had happened. I sat there for a long time, staring at the wall, those words echoing over and over again. "I kept you safe. You were never alone." The next morning, she did not remember saying anything. She barely remembered me being there at all. I wanted to ask what she meant, to push her, but I could not bring myself to do it. It felt like opening a door that had been locked for too long. A week later, she passed away in her sleep. The funeral was small, A few co-workers, some neighbors. I stood at the front, gave a short speech, thanked everyone for coming. People said all the things people say, that she was kind, that she worked hard, that she loved me, and she did. I never doubted that. Even in the darkest nights, when I was too scared to move under the covers, I never doubted that she loved me. I just did not understand what kind of love it was. After everything was settled, I came back to the house, alone this time. I had taken time off work, told myself I needed a few days to clean, to sort through her things, to process everything. But really, I just needed to be there. I needed to walk through the rooms one more time, to face it. It was late when I stepped into my old bedroom. I had not opened the door since she passed. The air smelled faintly of dust and old linen. Everything was just as I remembered. The bed, the small dresser, the little glow-in-the-dark stars, still stuck to the ceiling. I sat down on the mattress, feeling it creak beneath my weight. My heart was pounding. I did not know what I expected. Nothing, maybe, or something, anything. I looked down at the floor. The wooden board still had the faint scuffs from where she used to crawl. I ran my fingers along the edge of the mattress, feeling suddenly small again. I lay back slowly, eyes on the ceiling, listening to the quiet. And then I heard it. 3 soft taps, then 2, then 4. I sat up so fast the room spun. I stared at the bed, at the floor, at the shadows under the dresser. Nothing. No movement, no breathing, just silence. But I knew what I had heard. I lowered myself back onto the bed, slowly, carefully, the way you do when you are trying not to wake something. I waited, holding my breath. Another pattern, slower this time. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. The sound came from directly beneath me. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but I did not move. Something in me would not let me. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, every muscle tense. Then, after a long moment, I heard a voice. Not loud, not angry, just soft, familiar. "You are safe." It sounded like her, almost, but not quite, like someone wearing her voice. I stayed there all night. I did not sleep. I did not move. I just lay still, listening, heart racing. When morning came, the tapping stopped. The house was silent again. I packed a few things and left that day. I have not been back since. But sometimes at night, when everything is quiet and I am lying in bed alone, I swear I can still hear it. 3 taps, then 2, then 4. And I wonder if she is still keeping me safe, or if she is just waiting for me to let her back in.